Good morning, everyone, and welcome out to Davis Diamond in College Station, Texas. It is Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch Tournament play. Zach Taylor alongside former Texas A&M All-American Tori Vidalis. And Tori, a bit nippy this morning.
It is. Was not expecting this.
Yeah, things have cooled down a little bit here in the Brazos Valley, and we were talking about this beforehand. I mean, you got 63 degrees. It's supposed to warm up a little bit to 70 today, but right now it's 63 degrees and some wind blowing in. But again, it is the Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch Tournament. It's game time premiere against OK Bomber Gold in the 18 and under. And the Bomber Gold are going to be the home team today. And we'll go ahead and start with the visiting lineup. Haley Kazel, the center fielder, going to be leading things off, followed by Tatum Bradshaw, the left fielder. Clara Skaggs, the third baseman. Presley Main, the shortstop. Morgan Max, the defensive player. Kate Scott, the second baseman. Emily Lambeth, the right fielder. Kennedy Fisher, the catcher. Casey Polson, the first baseman. And Taryn Batterton, the pitcher slash flex. And in the circle for Bomber Gold, Olivia M., right-hander. Getting started a little bit late today. We actually had some rain last night and a couple of puddles that were on the field beforehand. But Tori, as you were telling me earlier, this is the best grounds crew in college softball. So they were able to get things done in plenty of time. The first offering down and away to the left-hander. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
I specifically remember multiple times where it would just flood everywhere in College Station, and we were definitely playing that night because the field crew here was able to get the field ready no matter what happened, and there was never a canceled game due to the field conditions ever.
Craig Potts and company were out there beforehand. I mean, throwing down tons of sand on the field and waiting for it to dry and putting bags out and everything else, and it really looked nice. This rise ball misses high and away. It's now 3 balls and no strikes to Kazel, the left-handed hitting center fielder, leadoff hitter for OK Bomber Gold. And the 3-0 offering catches the strike zone. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. It's Kazel followed by Tatum Bradshaw, the left fielder, and then Clara Skaggs at third base. Game time premiere. The 3-1 just does nip the outside of the strike zone. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I love that Kazel is going deep in the count, especially as the leadoff. You want to see as many pitches as you possibly can. That is your job as a leadoff.
Wave and a miss, struck her out. And a nice job there from Olivia M. coming back from a 3-0 count, picking up the K, so there's out number 1. Yeah, it's early in the morning. You would think that, you've been waiting around a little while. You might get a little antsy. You want to get up there and start swinging at the first pitch. But she did take her to a full count before striking out. So at least got 6 pitches out of the deal. A wave and a miss from Bradshaw on the first offering. It's 0-1.
And I think the most important thing is even when you do go deep in the count, the biggest thing is translating that information back to your team, because it doesn't matter if you go deep in the count if you're not sharing that information. But as long as you're letting your teammates know, like, hey, this is what I got, this is where she was throwing me, that helps everybody and helps the adjustments happen much, much quicker.
Well, after taking the first hitter to 3-0, Olivia M. now 0-2 against Bradshaw, so she's bounced back nicely here in the circle. Swung on, line drive, hit to left field, but pulled foul, and we'll do it again at 0-2.
And something that I always find really interesting here at Davis is the placement of the light on the pitcher's mound compared to the plate. It makes it a little bit more difficult right now. Olivia M., the pitcher, she is in the sunlight, and the batter's box is completely in the shade. So when you see that ball coming out of the pitcher's hand in the sun and then it comes to you and it's in the shade, it can kind of mess with the visual part a little bit, picking up the seams, picking up the break, and all of that. So it makes it a little bit more difficult on the hitter's eyes. So I always love to see how they adjust to it and how they kind of make that change as the time goes on, and the light and the dark tend to move with the sun.
Yeah, when it suddenly just goes from light to dark. Swung on, fouled straight back, and Bradshaw now working a deep count here. Count does remain 1-2, but a couple of foul balls. Clara Skaggs, third baseman, waiting on deck. Another lefty in this lineup for Premier. The 1-2. Off the end of the bat, popped up to third base, and waiting in foul territory, Bailey Kay makes the catch for out number 2.
Nice little off-speed pitch there. Getting her to pop up.
Had her out in front. And we mentioned it is a little chilly, and with no batting gloves, I imagine that one stung just a bit. So,
when it's cold, everything stings.
Yeah, that's true. Skaggs not rocking any batting gloves either up there at the plate. First offering to her misses away. Did you ever try that when in your playing days?
Just about to say I could never get past the sweat.
Yeah.
I'm a hand sweater through and through.
Didn't want the bat slipping out of your hands going into the stands.
It might be a little dangerous for everyone else if I didn't wear batting gloves.
Swung on and fouled back. That got in and around the hands. Evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Kind of quiet around Aggie Land this morning. So used to being here in the evening time when there's a lot of commotion going on across the street at Reed Arena. And
the hustle and bustle of College Station.
The hustle and bustle. There you go, West Campus. The 1-1, and again in on the hands, fights it off. Foul off to our left. 1-2. You were a West Campus Ag.
I was, through and through.
Yeah, we actually graduated with the same major, believe it or not.
Oh,
did you know that?
go
Did you
us.
know I was an Ag Com?
I think you mentioned it one time.
Agricultural Communications and Journalism.
AKA why we're here now.
There you go. The 1-2. This misses down and away. Yeah, more emphasis on communications and journalism, I guess, than agriculture.
Absolutely.
Even though we do love our ag folks. Farmers make the world, right? Presley Main waiting on deck, the shortstop. The 2-2 in on the hands, fists it up. It's going to drop down for a base hit. Wow, able to fight that one off, and it dropped right in front of the shortstop, AJR, and no play could be made. So an infield single for Skaggs.
Definitely got in on the hands, and I think it just got up into the wind tunnel, and the wind kind of pushed it away from AJR at shortstop. Just in the perfect place. Can't do much about that one right there.
Yeah, we mentioned that wind come whipping in from center field, so it's going to play havoc with the ball if they get up in the air today. And now Maine up with a runner on first base, takes the first offering for a called strike. Runner staying put over there at first, and the 0-1 offering nips the outside black. 0-2. Beautiful facility here at Davis Diamond. Of course, your senior year, I know that you got to play a few games here. It was actually kind of late in the making, but able to at least get in. And a wave and a miss on the 0-2 offering. And a nice job, Olivia M. able to bounce back and get the strikeout. So a runner stranded at first, no runs, 1 base hit, no errors, and 1 left. We head to the bottom of the first inning. No score. You're listening to Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch. Back to the bottom of the first inning. Still no score between Game Time Premier and OK Bomber Gold in the 18 under Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch here in College Station, Texas. Zach Taylor alongside Tori Vidalis. Maverick L going to lead things off for Gold, the second baseman, followed by Chanik L, the left fielder, and Talon B, the right fielder. Taryn battered in the right-hander in the circle. Delivers the first offering, a called strike. Premier made a little bit of noise in the top of the first, got a runner on with 2 outs, but Clara Skaggs was stranded at first base. And the 0-1 offering misses down. Evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. I was talking right before the break, Tori, that your senior year, this place, a little late in completion, although I guess all good things come to those who wait, but able to play a few games here before the career wrapped up at Texas A&M, and I know one final regular season series against Auburn, and then you guys got to play the regional here, right?
Yes, we did. So luckily we did get to play on this field. We had the honor of having the first practice and doing a lot of firsts here, so that was definitely a highlight. But the downfall was that the underneath side wasn't really ready. So that's the locker room, the team room,
all the nice nice necessity stuff,
all the things that would benefit us rather than the general public wasn't finished. So we did have to make that hike from Old Aggie Field over to Davis. So it wasn't a terrible thing that it wasn't done, but it would have been really cool to experience it, and I know the girls now love it.
Maverick L goes down swinging, a nice off-speed pitch from Batterton. And there's one away here in the bottom of the first. Again, no score between these two ball clubs. A swing and a foul off from Channing L. Yeah, beautiful facility. Again, 2018, in the spring of 2018 is when this place opened, and been one of the crown jewels of college softball ever since. And again, swung on and fouled off at the plate. No balls and 2 strikes.
And the thing that I love the most about Davis is not only the experience as a player and getting to look up in the stands and see this beautiful facility, but also the experience for the fans. It's so cool to come and watch a game here as a fan because it gives you the entire experience as a fan. Like you would go to a Major League Baseball park and you get to experience that. And here it's almost the same thing, whereas most softball complexes, you're just at another softball complex. It doesn't really give you that over-the-top feeling. And I remember my dad telling me the first time he watched a game here was I got some peanuts and I felt like I was at a Major League stadium. Like that's how cool the environment and the energy is here. It's definitely a big change from Old Aggie Field. And
the seats are about as comfortable as you would find at any Major League stadium as well, as the 1-2 offering misses inside, evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes to Channing L. Talon B waiting on deck, the right fielder.
And the seats were actually a huge part that Coach Joe Evans put a big emphasis into, because a lot of our fans as Aggies are some of the older generation, so you don't want them to be just sitting on a metal bleacher. You want them to be comfortable and want them to come back.
Enjoy the experience.
Yeah, so it's really all about the comfort and the experience.
Wave and a miss, got her to chase outside, and so 2 up, 2 down against Taryn Batterton. Talon B coming up, left-handed swinging right fielder for Gold. First pitch swinging, line drive that's going to be fielded on the hop at shortstop. Presley Main fires over to first for out number 3. So 3 up, 3 down for Taryn Batterton and company. We head to the top of the second, still no score. You're listening to Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch Softball.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
Back at Davis Diamond, it is the top of the second inning. Morgan Max, Kate Scott, and Emily Labeth due up for game time premiere. Made a little bit of noise there in that top of the first. Got a 2-out single from Clara Skaggs, an infield single, but unable to bring her around. Have yet to see a ball hit out of the infield so far in this ball game. Mentioned that wind whipping in from center field, so even if the ball does get up in the air, Tori, I imagine it's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, it'll be like a brick wall, straight up, straight back down. So this is where you really pay attention to the outfielders and how well of a read that they're getting on the ball, and if they know truly which way the wind is blowing. You have to be always aware of where the wind changes in between every pitch, because it is so important to know how to play the ball.
Morgan Max, your designated player today, hitting from the left side, takes the first pitch away. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Big scoreboard out there in left field. Of course, Texas A&M softball. And big letters over top. My partner knocked one of those letters out early on whenever she was practicing. As there's a called strike, evens the count. That was the first practice, right? You guys were taking BP?
It was, but luckily we noticed that it was the wrong material that was used. So actually, I technically did them a favor by
look at you helping out the construction crew.
I think I have a piece of the letter that I broke, actually.
Do you really?
Yeah,
That's cool.
It was like a first person to hit the scoreboard.
This is why we can't have nice things, because of Tori Vidalis knocking stuff out with home runs. James Tori and I hit dingers. Swung on, popped up. This is right behind home plate. And bouncing back and able to make the catch for the out. Catcher Caden able to make the catch, Caden B.
And I love that she was able to kind of track that down and then turn around with her chest facing the umpire so she can get a better feel on the spin as the ball goes up in the air.
Kate Scott, first pitch swinging, and she drives this one to right field. There's going to be a quick throw to first, but off the mark, and I don't think it was going to be there in time anyway. So a hard hit single for Kate Scott, and another runner on for Premier.
That's a good piece right there. I love that she was aggressive, hitting the very first pitch, and drove it where it was pitched. A lot of times you see hitters kind of pull off and hit a weak ground ball to the left side, and she was able to really let that ball travel, get deep, and drive it to right field.
Emily Labeth up now. First offering misses down low. So you played quite a bit of first base too, in addition to playing the hot corner over at third. Did you have a right fielder throw to you a lot?
Not a lot.
Games?
I think it's very rare that it happens. It has to be normally a slower than average runner.
Right.
And the ball has to be an absolute rocket off the bat, because they already have a head start. As the ball's getting there, they're already halfway down the line, maybe 3/4 of the way. So by the time you pick it up, shuffle, throw, there's no chance usually.
This one popped up in foul territory, and that's going to clear the screen, so it falls back into the stands. Count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. That's just something I guess you always have to be cognizant of, though, right? I mean, you always have to be aware that that could be a play.
Yeah, so as a first baseman, your job is to obviously release to try to field the ball. But as soon as the ball gets past you, your job is to always get back to the base, because you never know who could stop it, whether it be the second baseman, the right fielder, or if it just gets by you and does go out to right field, there could be a play. But the right fielder usually will either throw it or hold it, depending on what she sees, because your back is faced towards the runner if you're taking that throw from right field.
Labeth probably feeling that one after that ball came in on the hands and just trickled it foul up the third baseline. The 1-2 swung on, and this one's fouled back. These Premier hitters working some deep counts against Olivia M so far in this ball game.
Really making her work. I love to see a team that's aggressive and is on the ball, but making the pitcher work, not swinging at those borderline pitches or fouling them off.
The 1-2 swung on, a hard hit ground ball to short, on the second for 1, on to first, double play. 6-4-3 DP for Bomber Gold, and they get out of the top of the second. So the bottom half of the inning we go, still no score. You're listening to Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch Softball. bottom of the second inning we go. Still no score here between OK Bomber Gold and Game Time Premier 18 under. The winner of this ball game will advance to take on OK Athletics Premier in the very next ball game here in the tournament. So this is the losers bracket, so trying to get a win and stay alive.
Fighting for your life.
Fighting for your playoff life. Caden B leading things off, the catcher for Gold, and a wave and a miss. First offering from Taryn Batterton. She had a 1-2-3 first inning with 2 Ks. Getting to build on that performance.
Yeah, really working that curveball in the outer half to the righties and a backdoor to the lefties.
And that curveball again just did miss outside. No, excuse me, called strike on the outer black. And quickly, no balls and 2 strikes. Swung on, this one popped up. This might get to us. Not quite. Close, though.
It's my dream to catch a ball.
To catch a ball on a live
air.
broadcast. I was calling a high school game one time, and we were sitting right behind home plate, and you got the chain link fence and everything else, and the ball got popped up over it, and I was able to make the one-handed grab.
Man,
right when
what
I
a
was,
play!
Yeah, so you could say that it's a pretty big deal. 0-2, it's a misses down and away. Just saying, Tori, one day you'll get there. Just
hopefully.
Hard work and dedication and. 1 ball and 2 strikes. AJR waiting on deck, and then Asia S, the center fielder. A little slow roller hit to third base, picked and fired over to first for out number 1, Claire Skaggs with the 5-3.
Yeah, Casey Polson working hard over there at first base. She's had a couple throws that have been a little off and been able to stick with it and make the jumping catch and keep her foot on that base. I can always appreciate a good first baseman.
I know that feel. AJR, the shortstop, coming up. 5th batter in the lineup for Gold. Yet get anybody on base. First pitch swinging, hard hit line drive, going to drop down in the right center field gap. Rounding first and rolling into second with a stand-up double, AJR. So it's just as soon as I said they didn't have anybody on base, she goes and gets an extra base knock.
Yeah, I love that she was able to step up to the plate and know exactly what she was looking for. Like I said earlier, she's relying, Batterton is relying on that curveball in the outer half, and for a righty, that's pretty much the only place that she's been throwing them. So for the dugout to go back and give her that information, she knows exactly what she's looking for as she gets in the box and is able to drive it exactly where it's pitched.
Easy double. That brings Asia S up now, the runner in scoring position. Runners at the corner is playing in. And the first pitch misses down and away to the lefty. Oh, nope, excuse me, it was a called strike. We got a delayed strike call. Makes me pay closer attention now. So right down in my book, the 0-1. This one misses high. Evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's a little different from up here.
It is. It is.
You can't really tell the height of a ball up here.
A little difficult to tell the depth. We are sitting right behind home plate, though, so that offers a pretty good vantage point of inside or outside. This one up a little bit, and a wave and a miss. That's another thing that the new facility has brought. It's definitely a little bit easier for the media to work through things. Pitch misses away, evens the count at 2-2. Talking about the old Aggie softball complex, which you said will always be home to you.
Absolutely.
Playing so many games there, but was a little difficult at times to call games, especially on radio, because we were generally outside, even more so in the elements.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, welcome to the. We were just like the players, 2-2, wave and a miss. Got her to chase down and away, and out number 2.
And that's the hard thing I think about softball is just the elements. You really do have to battle them. And as a player, we were always told you should never know what the temperature is outside by the way that you're playing. And Coach Evans was a big advocate for that. If it's cold, you better not act like it's cold.
Yeah.
And when it's hot, you got to drink water.
Kendall H takes the first offering away. First baseman for Gold trying to bring that runner in. Yeah, today would definitely be a day that jacket would come in handy for sure. First baseman for Premier, actually, Casey Polson, was wearing a jacket there in that first inning. A slow dribbler hit to second base, firing on to first for out number 3, and a nice nifty play made by Katie Scott. So Gold gets a runner at second, but leaves her stranded. We head to the third, still no score. You're listening to Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch Softball.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
To the top of the third we go. Still no score between Game Time Premier 18 under and OK Bomber Gold. Zach Taylor alongside former Texas A&M All-American Tori Vidalis. Professional softball player Tori Vidalis. You had that on your business card?
I don't have a business card. Maybe I should make one.
Yeah, you need to work on that. Bottom third of the order due up for Premier. Kennedy Fisher, Casey Polson, and Taryn Batterton. And the first offering, a called strike. Both of these teams have gotten runners on, just haven't been able to bring them home. Olivia M. gets it in on the hands, and it's a soft line drive hit to second base, and an easy play made by Maverick L. for out number 1. You probably feeling that one too for Kennedy.
Oh, absolutely.
We have seen some balls getting in on the hands for sure.
It always happens when it's cold too.
Yeah.
Have you noticed?
Yeah, it always somehow will creep in there. First pitch to Polson, misses down and in. Got our own rendition of Wild Thing going on down down with Premier's dugout.
It's a classic cheer.
This pitch misses up. Now 2 balls and no strikes. That is one thing that you notice the difference between. I mean, I'm not saying that you don't have cheers in baseball, but I mean in softball that they're pretty much choreographed.
Oh,
you guys,
100%.
Guys have them down to a science.
Yeah, and well, that's also one thing that you see a big difference from select or travel ball to college is there's some college teams that are like known for doing those types of cheers and other things, and then there's also some teams that don't do it at all. They're just like, hey, here we go 8, like let's go, like you got this, or a team that's like doing the claps and the choreographed things. But in select, I mean, you learn these when you're in 8U, 10U, like when you're really young.
Yeah.
And then as you get older, you kind of create your own style and you create.
And you're playing with the same girls generally, right?
Sometimes. It just depends on what your journey is on where you live and how many teams there are around you. So there's a lot of different factors. But a lot of the same cheers are the ones that were here whenever I was young.
Yeah.
So, but you create your own style and you do your own beats. And there used to be a team that would have a bucket and drumsticks. And they would go ham.
Very nice. 3-2, swung on, fouled back to the screen. So we'll do it again. Haley Kazel waiting on deck, the leadoff hitter for Premier. Yeah, just take something. Just make it your own. Called strike 3 on the inside corner. Boy, really nice pitch to thread the needle there. So out number 2. Both of these pitchers been awfully impressive early on here. Olivia M. has given up a couple of singles, but other than that, Looked awfully good in the circle. First offering to Kazel misses down and away.
I think, too, especially when it's a little bit chilly, pitchers will always have the advantage because as a hitter, you don't get as much time to really get warm. Yes, of course, when you're warming up, but like a pitcher, if you think about it, they're constantly throwing, constantly moving, so their body is warm and primed and ready to go. And as a hitter, you get a couple swings on the on-deck circle, and normally if your pitcher's throwing well, like both of these pitchers are here today, you're not really moving much on the infield or in the outfield. So you're a little bit colder, so it takes a lot more for your body to fire and to get it going. So I definitely see the tough part in getting your body going when it's cold.
Just did get a piece on that last offering from Kazel and rolled it over to the home dugout. So now a 1 and 2 strike count. The 1-2 swung on and fouled back. Said home dugout, more of the third base dugout. That's generally where the Aggies get to occupy things, but Gold is the home team, and they're over there at first base. And generally, you don't want to be in the sun, right? But right now, I think you would probably take that, being on the third base side. The 1-2, and again spoiled foul off to the left. So Kazel, after putting up a long count her first time at bat, staying alive here. Tatum Bradshaw waiting on deck. The 1-2 swung on, and a dribbler just fouled on the third base line. We got somebody doing sprints out in the Reed parking lot, no shirt on, with some short shorts. I don't know why. I guess if you're running fast enough, then you can outrun the wind, maybe? I don't know. That guy's got to be cold.
Don't count me in that category.
1 and 2 strikes count, swung on and fouled back. Just don't count me in the running category.
Absolutely.
How about that?
Yep.
Don't count me in the physically active category. 1 and 2 strikes. More power to him, I guess.
Health.
Yeah, health. Swung on, line drive, going to dump down in left center for a base hit. So Haley Kazel puts together a tremendous at-bat. Ends it with a single, and Premier with a runner on with 2 away.
Yeah, I really love that at-bat from Kazel. The first at-bat she had, she ended up striking out, going deep in the count, but was swinging at pitches that I don't know if she thought she could handle or whatever it may be, wasn't on time. But this at-bat, she fouled everything that was close off and got it out, showed great barrel control, and then was able to really get a hold of one and just knock it in over the shortstop's head. And you love a 2-out base hit.
Bradshaw up at the plate now. Popped up the third her last time. Runner goes. Here's the throw on the 1 hop and a nice spear at short. And the tag is made. So AJR with a fantastic play out at shortstop. And they catch Haley Kazel trying to steal. So ends up Taryn Batterton only faces, or Olivia M, excuse me, only faces the minimum here in the third. We head to the bottom half of the inning. Still no score. You're listening to Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch Softball. To the bottom of the third we go. Still no score between OK Bomber Gold and Game Time Premier. Gold coming up here in the bottom half of the inning against Taryn Batterton. It's Bailey K followed by Iana P. And then back to the top of the lineup we go with Maverick L. Bailey K with a 1-0 count. Bring home the 1 ball, no strikes, and just did catch the outer black. Now 1-1. And she's been working on that outside of the zone. You mentioned it about an inning ago. Has just been killing that outside corner against the right-handers.
Yeah, and I think as as a rule of thumb, why change it if it's working and the hitters aren't really squaring it up until Bomber's Gold actually starts hitting her hard? I would keep going there.
I just said that she was working the outside corner, and then she comes back in and paints the inside black. So
got to mix it up a little.
yeah,
bit.
got to mix it up just a tad. But the 1-2 misses high, trying to get her to chase. She wouldn't bite.
I think the big thing for Batterton is going to be really locating those pitches. So you can throw a curveball, but if you're going to throw it, make sure it's catching the black or the very outer part of that plate. It's the pitches that you miss over the plate where you're getting caught between a backdoor and a regular curve is where you really run into a little bit of trouble.
Get some hangers going on and tried that outside corner. Just did get a piece, did Bailey Kay. And we'll do it again at 2-2.
Especially with those pitches being so similar, a backdoor is going to be on the inner half, moving the same exact way as a curveball would, but it's inside to a righty, and a regular curveball is outside to a righty. So it's easy to get in the same movement, but you really have to find that positioning.
Uncorks one, misses way wide, and that will bring up the count full. Talked about the elements being against the hitters, the pitcher obviously being against the hitters, and even the dimensions here are pretty large compared to some places you might find. 200 at the corners, 220 in dead center at Davis. The payoff pitch just did get a piece and spoils it foul back over to the right.
Yeah, the gaps here in Davis are ginormous, especially with the way that the field is laid out. So in Old Aggie Field, the dimensions were 190 and 220. So it was more of like an oval, and here it's more not even a half circle. It's just almost a straight line, but it goes so deep that there's so much room for the outfielders to run, so you really have to know where you're at and know your surroundings.
Right. Called strike on the inside corner. Fantastic pitch from Batterton. That's her 4th K of the game, and there's one down. A little bit more room to run for your former teammate Erica Russell to crash into some fences or whatever she wanted to do at that particular time.
That was her specialty.
That was her specialty. Back in the day, Erica graduated with you in 2018. First offering to Iana P. misses down and away. 1 ball, no strikes. That was a fun team to cover. You guys had a lot of talented players making it all the way to those super regionals. This pitch misses high and in.
And the World Series.
And the World Series your junior year, that's correct.
Yeah. It was a fun 4 years. Would do it again. And the exciting thing for me in calling these games is looking at the future ahead of some of these players. Like, most of them are either committed or going to commit soon, going to graduate high school soon, and knowing that the best 4 years of their life are literally right in front of them.
The 2-1 just did miss high, and that'll bring the count to 3 balls and 1 strike. Leadoff hitter Maverick L waiting on deck. Batterton winds and fires, slings it in, misses down and inside, ball 4. The first walk issued today. So a runner on first now for Maverick L, the leadoff hitter. And you actually hit a little leadoff as well. Maybe not the most conventional leadoff hitter.
Yep.
I guess we could say that, because you were definitely a power hitter and an RBI hitter. But from that perspective, what kind of mentality do you have to have as a leadoff hitter?
I think for a typical leadoff hitter, which is usually anybody that normally hits at the top of the lineup, it changes from at bat to at bat. So obviously you're going to lead the game off. So in that instance, you want to see as many pitches you can to bring that information back to your teammates and say, hey, this is the pitch she's throwing for a strike. This is the pitch that maybe the umpire doesn't like very much, or all these things. So you're learning early in the game what the umpire likes, what the pitcher's throwing, and you're telling your team that. And that's a really quick way to get adjustments, because this is a game of adjustments. The first one to make it wins normally.
Right.
And so that is your goal, your be-all, end-all. And the other one is get on base, right? You want to have a leadoff runner on. But as the game goes on, like say in this instance, Maverick is not the leadoff, she's the 3-hole. So your game kind of changes a little bit. You're trying to get that runner over.
Pops her up right behind home plate, getting rid of the mask and making the catch right up against the screen, Kennedy Fisher. And the runner actually tagging at first, moves on to second base. The throw down is not in time, and they thought maybe she had gotten off the bag a little early, so they'll test the throw on over to first base, but umpire says that she in fact did tag up. So a heads-up play there at first base from Iana P., and now she's at second with 2 out.
That's great awareness. I love that Iana P. was able to realize that as soon as that ball goes up in the air, she's going back to the base and tagging. And any time that you have an opportunity to move 60 feet, you need to take it, especially when that's the longest throw on the field for the infielder. So if there's a ball behind the plate with a ton of room behind home plate, you can see that there's excess amount of room, and they're probably not used to that as infielders, as catchers. And so for her to be able to tag and get there safely is a big deal.
The 0-1 misses down and in, evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. A lot of credit, though, to Kennedy Fisher for being able to make that catch. That is not an easy play to make from the catcher position.
Not at all, especially with the net that they have here. You can see it a little bit there. It goes all the way around.
Swung on. This one is driven high and deep into right center field, but it's going to be playable for Haley Kazel. Makes the catch for a loud out number 3. So Bomber Gold threatens a little bit after getting a walk, but they leave a runner stranded. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. We head to the 4th inning. No score. You're listening to Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch Softball.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team One Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
To the 4th inning we go. Still no score between Game Time Premier and OK Bomber Gold. It is the 18-under Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch Tournament.
It's a mouthful.
It is. That is a lot to get out here. And of course, OK Bomber Gold from Oklahoma. Actually, most of the crew here from the Tulsa area. Tatum Bradshaw leading things off. Rockets this one to left center. It's going to one-hop the wall. Rolling around first and steaming into second with a stand-up double. Tatum Bradshaw.
It's a great piece right there. I love that she's getting it done early in the count. To me, that's the best time to swing. You don't have to think much. Just find a pitch over the plate and drive it all the way to the warning track.
Definitely the hardest hit ball we've seen so far this ball game. Clara Skaggs coming up. She had a single her last time up. Infield single. Talking about OK Bomber Gold being from Oklahoma. Saw a lot of Oklahoma license plates. A couple from Edmond, Oklahoma. My uncle actually used to live there. It's really nice in Edmond. I like that a lot. Just offering misses down. Of course, Oklahoma City, which is just south of Edmond, home of the College World Series for softball. The 1-0 nips the outside black, evens the count at 1-1. As you mentioned, you guys got to go there. Really neat ballpark. Recently got a facelift, too.
Yes, a much-needed facelift.
The 1-1. Wave and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. I've never gotten a chance to go to the Hall of Fame there, but I have gotten to go to Bricktown Ballpark, which is the minor league baseball stadium that they have there, which is really nice. Swung on. This one is popped up. Deep left center field. Ranging over and making the catch. Runner tags at second base. The throw is off the mark. And a heads-up play from Bradshaw to move over to third base. A strong throw from Asia S might have gotten her, but it would have been a bang-bang play nonetheless.
Yeah, and I love that she was able to read that ball and know, okay, the outfielder is camped under this ball, and that's one of the only times you're ever going to tag at second. I think running at second base when the ball is hit is probably one of the hardest things as a base runner, because there's so many different scenarios that could happen, and that it depends on how fast of a runner you are.
Hard hit shot right by the third baseman, and that's going to be an RBI single for Presley, Maine. Not wasting any time, first pitch swinging, and we have our first run of the ball game.
And you see the success that Game Time has had is when they're swinging early in the count. They're going up to the plate and they're just attacking. They're not getting too deep, and that's when they start swinging and missing or maybe popping up the ball. Olivia M. is able to kind of keep them on their toes with her different speeds. But a great job right there, just going up, knowing what you want to hit, and getting the job done.
And it was all set up, too, by Bradshaw moving from second to third on that pop-up. And so quickly, Premier up 1-0 here, and now Morgan Max due at the plate, takes the first offering for a called strike. Was the fifth base hit for Premier, but first one that paid off with a run so far. This offering misses high. Evens us at 1-1. So you've been in the same kind of situation as these girls are. I mean, you've had to come out and play early ball games, maybe on a day where it might be a little chilly, or, you know, you're just kind of starting to wake up. This one's hit off the end of the bat. Going to be an easy fly ball in center field for Asia S. Makes the catch for out number 2. So what did you do to get ready, to kind of prep yourself and wake up a little bit?
Oh, man. Waking up early is not my forte. So actually, that's where I developed my coffee addiction.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you to my father.
Yeah. Shout out, Dad.
Yeah, he was like, hey, you got to wake up. And I'm like, oh, I'm just so tired. And so he was like, all right, we're going to McDonald's, drive through, getting you a large coffee, and you got to be ready to go. And I was like, oh, fine. And I tasted it, and it was one of those really sweet, like, iced coffees, you know.
A cafe latte or whatever.
Yeah, and so I was hooked. And so every time I'd be like, I promise I'll wake up early if you get me a coffee from McDonald's. So I blame it all on him. But honestly, we would show and go a lot of the times for our 8 a.m. games, and it's probably not the best. I definitely couldn't do that now.
Slow roller hit to short, fielded by AJR, fires on to first for out number 3. However, Premier does take the lead. An RBI single from Presley, Maine, scores Tatum Bradshaw, and it's 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. You're listening to Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch Softball. Bottom of the 4th inning we go. Premier with a 1-0 lead here after an RBI single from Presley, Maine. Now it's the Gold's chance to answer back. Talon B going to lead things off, and she gets a foul ball off to the left, 0-1. Caden B waiting up next, and AJR to follow. Yeah, talking about coffee, just trying to wake up early in the morning. Was telling you, I'm not actually a coffee drinker by trade, I guess. Not naturally a coffee drinker. This is a slow roller hit to short, fielded on the hop by Presley, Maine. Fires on to first. Nope, excuse me. Has to put it in her pocket.
It's a beautiful slap right there. Great barrel control. Just taps it right into that 5-6 hole. And Maine actually playing a little bit deep for a slapper, I thought, and didn't have time to even make a throw over there.
So puts that one in her back pocket. A leadoff single from Talon B. Caden B coming up now, the right-hander.
What about Junie B?
First offering misses away. Junie B. What is that from?
Junie B. Jones.
What is that from?
Oh,
Is
too
it
old. You're
is-
too old
yeah,
for that
I was about to
book.
say, is that one of that new
It's a
fangled
classic-
stuff?
no,
I was
that was-
Hank the Cowdog all the way.
No, that was a classic chapter book
This pitch misses
in
outside.
elementary
2-0.
school. You know, I'm Junie B. Jones, and the B stands for, and then she would change it. No,
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I remember a lot. I remember the Boxcar Kids. You remember that one?
Mhm.
Okay. At least we're on that same page. Remember
Magic
Clifford?
Treehouse.
Yeah, Magic Treehouse. Swung on. This one hit off the end of the bat, and it's going to be a soft line drive caught in center field. Haley Kazel ranging over to make the catch for out number 1. But no, talking about coffee, I never grew up drinking a lot of coffee. My dad drank cowboy coffee, so I didn't get the chance to try the sugared sweet stuff that you did.
Yeah.
So, you know, the cold
Probably what started
black
your
coffee, just, yeah, I'm not good with that.
You're
but,
like, no
oh, yeah,
thanks.
iced coffee, put a bunch of sugar in there, whatever I'm all about it. Swung on. This one is lifted into left field, ranging over into foul territory and making the catch. Out and left, Tatum Bradshaw for out number 2. Kind of a awkward swing there. Got way underneath it and just lofted it into left. So quickly 2 down after the leadoff single. Asia S coming up. I actually like to put honey in my coffee now.
Ooh,
so that's kind
nice
of a
little natural sweetener.
Yeah, natural sweetener. Maybe a little easier on the tooth decay. This one swung on and fouled back.
Honestly, I think the biggest thing is the parents when they have early games. Like the kids, they can do it because you're
Oh, yeah.
young. You
They're
know,
full
you
of
bounce
energy.
back. But as a parent, you know, you have to wake up and not only get ready to leave, but you have to wake up, make sure they eat breakfast. You have to drive them there. You have to do all these things. So, like now that I'm older, I think back and I'm like, dang, my parents like really the MVPs of my career because you honestly, it would be very, very difficult to go through a career without your parents and without having that support. But I know there are some kids out there who don't really have as much support from their parents, and the other parents kind of step in, so you always love to see it.
This ball going to stay in the infield and caught by Maine right behind second base. So a leadoff single is all for naught. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on. We head to the 5th. 1-0 our score. Premier with the lead. You're listening to Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch Softball.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
To the top of the 5th we go. 1-0 our score. Zach Taylor alongside with Tori Vidalis. Hanging out with you today at Davis Diamond. The wee hours of the morning. This game originally slated to start at 8. Had to push things back a bit because of some rain that apparently had come through last night. Both Tori and I were in town yesterday evening, and I don't remember any rain coming down at my house.
I was sleeping too snug to notice.
Yeah, at that point it was just dead to the world. But come out this morning and a few puddles hanging out on the diamond, but Craig Potts and company, grounds crew here at Texas A&M, able to get that underway, and got underway at around 9 o'clock. Heading to the top of the 5th already. Emily Lambeth going to lead things off, the right fielder, followed by Kennedy Fisher and Casey Polson, the first baseman. Premier had threatened, but finally came across the score last inning Tatum Bradshaw led things off with a stand-up double, and then Presley Main drove her in 2 batters later. Labeth grounded into a 6-4-3 double play her last time up. First pitch misses low, 1-0.
And just a reminder, the winner of this game is actually fighting to play the 10-15 game. I'm assuming now it'll probably be around 11-15.
I was about to say, if we get this bad boy done in 15 minutes and
yeah.
the field flopped around, then, we're doing pretty good.
And that game will be against the Oklahoma Athletics Premier, like you mentioned earlier.
1 ball and 1 strike. Wave and a miss, had her out in front. Nice off-speed offering. And as good as Taryn Batterton has been, Olivia M. Right there along with her. Again, just got touched up for that run in the 4th, but other than that, it's looked very sharp. A swing and a miss. Speaking of sharp, picks up her 4th strikeout of the day.
Yeah, what I really like that Olivia M. is doing is she's staying away from the plate. I mean, she's really not bringing her curve or anything off speed over the white. And when you're a great pitcher and you're getting those calls or you're getting the hitters to swing, why would you put it over the plate and make it a little bit easier on them? Make it hard for them. Keep it on the chalk, and if they're going to swing, keep it there and don't move it.
Sling it home. This first offering a called strike. And the 0-1 pitch misses down and away. Evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. This is actually Emma J. has come on into the circle. So that was, again, we don't have the great great luxury of having the PA to announce those things. As this 5-3 goes on to first. So she came on this inning. So Emma J. is the new pitcher in the circle.
My analysis still stands of the positioning, though. Does a great job of keeping that off the plate.
So Olivia M's day is done. Again, she went 4 innings and gave up 4, make that 5 base hits in 1 run. Emma J quickly with 2 down here. Casey Polson, number 9 hitter in the lineup. There's a slow roller, but going to trickle foul up the 3rd baseline. As far as the PA and everything else going on around here, it's kind of a bare bones at this point, Davis Diamond, compared to what you would see.
A game day.
Yeah, an actual SEC game day. Also have to space quite a few people out for the staff, as there's a excuse me swing. And she did go around. Actually, no, apologize. They'll appeal down to 3rd. They didn't. I didn't know if the home plate umpire was going to make a call or not. Evens the count at 1-1. Got games going on here. Some at the old Aggie softball complex. Veterans Park down the road. A wave and a miss. 1-2. And also at Bee Creek, which is another facility here in town. They have a couple of fields, and Central Park.
Yep.
So
it's a lot of fields.
Yeah, take your pick. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I think I would pick Davis for sure.
Yeah, I think I would too.
I'm sure the girls are loving the opportunity to get to play on this field.
I would imagine so. I think anytime you get a chance to play at a Division I complex, especially one of this nature, you'll take it. 2-2. Misses up high, now a full count. So Polson doing a good job working the count full. Haley Kazel waiting on deck. Getting Emma J on in her first inning of relief here for Premier, or excuse me, for Gold. And just did get a piece, or no, actually dropped on the ground and firing it on over to first, Caden B, for out number 3. So it was a strikeout and then a 2-3 for the 3rd. So 1-2-3 goes Premier here in the 5th. We head to the bottom half of the inning. 1-0 our score. You're listening to Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch Softball. To the bottom of the 5th we go. Bomber Gold trying to get on the board. They trail 1-0. Kendall H going to lead things off. First pitch swinging, drives this one deep into center field, ranging over to right center to make the catch. Haley Kazel for out number 1.
She got a great first read on that ball. Kazel does a great job at drop stepping and running to exactly to where that ball was going to be with her glove tucked.
Bailey Kayub now struck out looking her first time. And Taryn Batterton still in the circle for Premier. First pitch misses down and in. So we talked about the winner of this game goes on to take on OK Athletics Premier. And Batterton was starting to go into her wind and maybe wanted a new set of calls for the pitches or forgotten what she was going to throw. The 1-0 fouled off to the right.
Another thing to look at is her setup when she pitches. I know this was changed recently in college. Previously, both feet had to be on the pitching rubber to start your pitch, but now the back foot is actually allowed to be off. So you see how it gives you a little bit wider of a stance.
A little bit more leverage, I guess.
Yes, which actually in turn gives you a little bit more power, especially for the taller girls because they do have so much length that just giving themselves a little bit of back rock or backwards movement to get into that forward movement is a huge difference. Something that we didn't really get to see that much in 2020 in the college season because it was cut so short, but going to try to match that up to see what was the difference in speed for some of the pitchers.
The 1-2 called strike 3 on the inner half. And Batterton picks up another K, her 5th of the morning. So 2 down, Iana P coming up. Walked her last time, got all the way to second, but was stranded. Yeah, I can definitely see, especially when you're a tall pitcher like Batterton is, how that would come in handy because before long you run out of space if you're starting just from the rubber.
Yeah, and it definitely helps your balance a lot more as well because you actually can spread your feet out. The more narrow you are, the harder it is to balance and kind of push. But now you have a solid base to push off of. Just gives them a lot more power, a lot more drive out, and I would think a lot more control because you're able to not worry about the balance so much because you are able to scoot your foot back. You can focus more on where you're actually placing that ball.
Soft line drive right over the head of the third baseman Skaggs and will trickle out into left field. So a 2-out single for Iana P. Not hit hard, but hit right where she needed it to go. And that brings up the leadoff hitter Maverick L.
And the 9-hole, but getting it done.
Yeah.
Anna P has been on both times today, walk and a single.
Maverick is struck out and also popped up back behind home plate. As that open stance from the right side, first pitch swinging, and it's a soft liner hit into foul territory, but that was the 3rd out. As you had the third baseman chunking it over to first, but Skaggs had the 3rd out right there on the soft line drive. So nothing doing following a 2-out single from Gold, and we head to the top of the 6th, Premier with a 1-0 lead. You are listening to HFL Softball.
You know what we should do? We should close the windows.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
Heading to the top of the 6th, 1-0 our score. Game time Premier 18U leads OK Bomber Gold. Again, the winner of this one goes on to take on OK Athletics Premier in the next ball game. Emma J in for her second inning of work for Gold. Will face the top of the order. Haley Kazel followed by Tatum Bradshaw and Clara Skaggs due up. And this is the side of the lineup that's really been getting it done. Kazel 1 for 2, and then Bradshaw, who's on deck, has scored the lone run of the ball game.
Yeah, the top 4 for this game time lineup are all 1 for 2. So really doing their job. I like when you see a lot of production at the top of the lineup.
And what we've seen from Kazel so far is some long, lengthy at-bats. She shows bunt, pulls it back, and takes the offering outside. Second pitch, there's a slow roller hit to first, and going to be an easy play for the first baseman, Kendall H. She'll just lay down the tag for out number 1. Kendall rocking the long sleeves.
Smart, very smart. But I was going to say that's a smart play as a first baseman, because oftentimes it's really tough to field for a slapper, because if they hit it anywhere away from the line, it almost becomes a foot race to first base, which I wouldn't put my money on myself, you know.
Not going to win that a lot.
Right. So to field it close to the line and decide to tag instead of running back to the base is a big brain move.
Bradshaw takes this offering down. It's now 1 ball and no strikes. Had that ringing double her last time up. Came around to score in the 4th. Second offering way out front, rolls it foul. We'll be hanging out with you for 3 games today. All 3 here at beautiful Davis Diamond. At least Tori and I will. The broadcast of the games will continue, but our wonderful commentary will be for 3. Off speed, had her out in front. Boy, what a nice pitch that was. Pulled the string, 1 and 2. You're talking about your parents bringing in the coffee and everything. You're also talking they brought snacks. They brought all kinds of stuff when y'all were traveling.
They did. They had the science of travel ball down, because my brother also played, and so baseball, softball, we were always ready. We were strapped no matter where we were going.
We were strapped with PB&Js.
Yeah, PB&J and fruit and all kinds of stuff.
Sling it home, misses inside. Now count goes full.
My favorite thing that they ever brought was a heater.
Oh, yeah.
Because in between games, we would go out there and just sit in front of the heater and warm up our hands, warm up our bats. Try to get something going.
No, I think they would definitely be the popular people here today. Full count to Bradshaw. Wave and a miss. Again, that off speed just had her way out in front and picking up a big out number 2.
Yeah, having that changeup is huge, especially coming in late in the game when they've gotten so used to one pitcher, and then Emma J coming in and kind of spinning it for them. Makes it a little tougher to stay on time, stay a little bit balanced, stay stacked, right? All these different things as a hitter that you need to be successful. It really throws it off on a changeup when you're not expecting it.
Clara Skaggs, left-handed hitting third baseman. First pitch misses down and away to her. And Premier, ever since scoring that run, combined, has gone 0 for 7. Up and in, 2 balls and no strikes. Sun is out overhead, not really a cloud in sight. It's really a beautiful morning.
Minus the wind.
Minus the wind. If the wind wasn't blowing, I think it would be just about perfect. The 2-0 catches the outer black, brings the count to 2-1. Got some folks running in down past the right field line, out beyond the ballpark. Got another team getting ready to come play. There's a hard hit ground ball past the second baseman, Maverick L, and into right center. So a 2-out single from Clara Skaggs. She's now 2 for 3.
She said 0 for 7. I'll show you.
Yeah. You talking about we've been 0 for 7 our last 7 bats.
She got barrel in that one, unlike her first at bat when she kind of fisted a ball over the pitcher's head right in front of the shortstop. Bet you that felt a lot better on her hands.
Presley Main had that rocket past the third baseman her last time for the RBI single, and she takes the first pitch for a called strike. Yeah, we have seen some knuckle busters early on here on a cold morning, so that's never want to see that, but you just feel that pain. You've been there. You've done that.
I've been there.
You know how that
I just
feels.
think about it, my hands start to hurt.
You start kind of just starting to stretch the fingers out a little bit. The 1-1 misses low. 2 balls and a strike.
And that's the worst, too, for bats, because when it's cold, they're more likely to break.
Right.
Almost get hit by a bat, you know, on defense. It can be a struggle.
You don't need that in your life. 2-1. In on the hands, popped it up, but foul off to the left. And going to hit the railing up in the seats and bounce away.
Yeah, you don't see anybody trying to make a play today.
No, nobody's trying to get a free snow cone today. Even though I don't think you can. 1, I don't think you get a free snow cone. And 2, why would you want one? It's a little too chilly for that, I think.
If I was dressed appropriately, I would definitely eat a snow cone right now.
Are you one of those people that likes cold stuff on cold days? Yeah.
I love cold stuff no matter what.
2-2, just right past the second baseman, almost identical base hits here, back to back. Maine kind of stuck the bat out there and got enough on it to get it past the second baseman. So runners at first and second for Morgan Max.
Yeah, you love seeing base hits up the middle. That tells you that the hitters are on time and their swings are true. Not really pulling off or letting it get too deep, too late, busting it on your hands or anything like that. So I love that the hitters are finally getting on time, but if I'm Emma J here, I'm going to come back with the changeup and try to really get them off balance.
Max is 0 for 2. Popped up back behind the catcher and is also flied out to center. And the first offering to the lefty is down and away. So Premier making some more noise here, all with 2 outs. Clara Skaggs a single up the middle, and then Presley Main another single up the middle. And this one going back up the middle, but through the glove of Maverick L, goes into center field. A strong throw will keep the runner at third, but they're now loaded for Katie Scott. And I think that's a play that Maverick L would like back. She came close to making that one right behind the second base bag.
Yeah, huge shift on right there. Maverick 2 steps away from second base, back in the grass.
Now we're going to get a circle visit from the coach, have a talk with his hurler. And it's not as if Emma J's given up some real hard hit balls. I mean, those previous 2 singles were hit decently. That one just made its way past the second baseman. Talk things over, say, yeah, it's cold out here, guys. I'm wearing shorts today.
A lot of times my coaches would just come up and not say anything related to the game. Just to kind of take your mind off of it.
Yeah, break it up a little bit.
But I'm sure he's asking, hey, like, where are those pitches at? Are you hitting your spots? What do you feel comfortable with throwing? Probably, hopefully, how does your changeup feel?
Bases are juiced for Katie Scott. 1 for 2 today, a single back in the second, grounded out to short her last time up. And the first offering to her catches the inner black. It's 0-1. Open stance on the right side, up at the front of the box. Shows bunt, pushes it up the first base line. Fielded by the pitcher, on to first for out number 3. A squeeze there, but Emma J able to field her position well. 1-3 will be the third out, and Premier leaves them stranded. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Game time still with a 1-0 lead. You're listening to HFL Softball. First offering here swung on and fouled back. Mabergel with a 1-0 count. Chanigel waiting on deck, followed by Talon B for goals. This one swung on and fouled back and hits atop the booth right next to us, the radio booth.
Gets closer and closer every
I
time.
saw some dust come off right there. Little bit of dust.
I would expect nothing less. It's been a while.
Evens the count at 1-1. And this pitch misses wide. 2 balls and a strike. Taryn battered it on for her 6th inning of work here. Been awfully, awfully good. Giving up only 3 base hits. Swung on, chop fouled on the third base line. Evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Did you guys ever use those hand warmers?
Oh,
when you were playing?
all the time.
Oh, man.
We had some secret spots that
Yeah.
would warm them up real quick.
2-2. And fouled straight back. Yeah, those come in handy. Ball games, hunting, what have you. Anytime you got to be out in the elements, it's real nice to have.
And they stay warm for so long.
Yes,
Ugh,
they do. I don't
they're
know
amazing.
how does that even work? Is it just
science?
the
I don't know.
The enzymes. I have no idea. The 2-2, wave and a miss. Pulled the string and had her out in front. Nice change up there.
Little off-speed action.
And
I like it though because she has an off-speed curve
Right.
and a regular curve, so it throws the hitters off with the same spin, the same break. You start to swing, and then you realize the ball's not even close to home plate yet, and it is just kind of up. You got to finish your swing.
One's a little faster than the other. This
Exactly.
one popped up right behind the left-handed batter's box, and making the catch is Fisher, the catcher, for out number 2.
She's had quite a bit of action back there today.
Yeah, she has.
Been making every single play.
I think that's her second catch that she's made back there. And then on the other side, Caden B has also got one. She's in the hole right now, or on deck. Talon B up and takes the offering away. The 1-0 offering, wave and a miss.
Here's some advice from the dugout.
Yeah, and with so few people here right now, it's kind of easy to do that.
You hear everything.
Everything. 1 ball and 1 strike. Boy, high strike call there. 1 ball and 2 strikes now.
My favorite is when your teammates are yelling very obvious things from the dugout.
You're supposed to hit it.
Yeah, thank you for letting
you.
me know.
Appreciate that.
Trying to do that
Thanks
right
for
now.
the heads up, homie. Much appreciated.
Then you get to the dugout and you do the exact same thing. So
Just did miss outside. Premier fans wanting that call, didn't get it. Evens the count at 2-2. Matterton checking that wrist, looking for the call. What pitch he wants to throw. This pitch misses up. 3-2. Did you pretty much have that all during your playing time as well, where you would have the wrist plays and different calls and stuff?
the pitcher and catcher had it, but none of the infielders had it.
Misses high and wide, ball 4, and Caden B will get to trot down to first base. AJR coming up.
And that's been a huge topic in the softball world too, is now that I'm past college and into my pro career and just talking with a lot of the girls, a lot of them being a couple years older than me grew up calling their own pitches, calling their own game, and it kind of started transitioning into coaches calling the entire game for a pitcher-catcher duo. So you don't really learn as much or see the repercussions of what you're calling now as much as you did back in the day when you were actually having to make those decisions yourself. And that's truly how pitchers and catchers develop together, and that bond was so much stronger because you're on the same page. And that's something that I see so much more now as a pro.
Hard hit ground ball over to third base, but just called foul. That was a fantastic play down there at the hot corner by Skaggs, but ball just did manage to go foul, so an 0-2 count to AJR.
Yeah, great job finishing that play, because you really never know what the umpire is going to call, or if they have a late call. You want to make sure you always finish through that play, just in case.
Play to the final whistle, or the final call, like you said. 0-2 the count, Asia S waiting on deck. Bottom of the sixth, Gold looking to get something going here. Swung on, a high fly ball, shallow right center. Wind playing some havoc with it, still bringing it in, but on the run as Kazel makes the catch for out number 3. So Bomber Gold, they get a runner on, but Lever stranded at first. We head to the top of the 7th, Premier with a 1-0 lead. You're listening to HFL Softball.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
Zach Taylor alongside Tori Vidalis with you. First game of the day here at Davis Diamond in College Station, Texas. On the Texas A&M University campus. Game time Premier 18U currently with a 1-0 lead over OK Bomber Gold, already at the top of the 7th here. And Premier looking to add on to this slimmest of margins. Emily Labeth going to lead things off, followed by Kennedy Fisher and Casey Polson. Emma J now on for her 3rd inning of relief. And the right-hander slings it home, misses wide. 1 ball and no strikes. And slow roller up the third base line will roll foul. Evens the count at 1-1. Premier was able to load the bases last inning, but left everybody stranded. And a little excuse me swing goes around. Didn't want to, but did. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, and I think now is the perfect time, especially if you really want to get some insurance for yourself going into the 7th, knowing that the Bombers have the last laugh in the box. You want to ensure a win.
Wave and a miss. Out number 1 as Emily Labeth goes down on K's. Kennedy Fisher coming up. Yeah, 1 run on 8 base hits for Premier.
Yeah, they've done a great job at just peppering the ball in, but really haven't had that breakthrough hit that just kind of opens the gate to the scoring.
Also stranded 5 today.
Yeah, and honestly, it really does take 1 normally. Like in the 4th inning when they scored, you had that base hit, and normally that kind of catapults things to start kind of falling into place in your way, but they haven't really had any extra base hits, just singles. It's really hard to score when you get back-to-back-to-back singles. You really need that extra base hit, and then throw a single in there. It's a little easier to get around home plate.
Well, and give a lot of credit, too, to Olivia M. and Emma J., 2 hurlers for the gold, as this one swung on, line drive. It's going to fall down for a base hit. Big turnaround first and steaming into second base. Well ahead of the throw will be Fisher. So a 1-out double. We're just talking about how they've been limited to singles here recently as Premier, but Fisher able to rocket a double into right center.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you need, especially in the 7th. You want to try to get something going. The best and easiest way, in my opinion, is just to start off with an extra base hit. That always helps you.
Yeah.
But just a little bit of miscommunication out there in the outfield was allowed Kennedy Fisher to get to second base.
Next up, Polson slaps this one up the third base line and just out of the reach in foul territory from Bailey Kay. Gave a good go at it, but unable to make the catch. 0-1. That would have been a big out if Gold was able to snag it in foul territory. Polson, a slapper up there from the left side. And the 0-1 down in the dirt. Good block made by Caden B. None of these teams with big rosters. That's kind of what jumps out at you first off. You've got a lot of players out there that are playing. Pitch misses up high, 2-1.
And it's weird because you play more games, I think, as a select or travel team.
Oh, absolutely.
But when you're in high school, your arm can afford to throw a lot more pitches, and you don't have as much information on all these teams like you do in college. So most times you see pitchers throwing 3-4 games a day, just depending on how many games there are, how many pitchers there are. So it's truly amazing to me now when I look back thinking, wow, I played 6 or 7 games in a day, and that was normal.
Yeah, absolutely. The 3-1, a high strike call, and some moans and groans from the Premier fans.
They did not like that one.
Down the third base line. Yeah, they're not too big of fans of that call. Now the count goes full to Polson. Payoff pitch from Emma J. Misses down and away. So ball 4. And Polson able to work a walk anyways. So runners at first and second now. 1 away for Haley Kazel.
It's a great AB for Polson right there. It's important for her to know that her job is not to get that run in. As a slapper, your goal is not to hit RBIs or to get RBIs. Your goal is to get on base and let the people behind you do that. Obviously, it's a little bit harder with Kazel, who's also a slapper, but really your goal is to just poke it through. You're just trying to find the grass or find an opening to give Fisher a chance to get home, but you're not the one that's trying to rip a ball into left center and score them. You got to stick to your role and know the type of hitter you are.
First pitch, Kazel slaps this one fouled on the left field line. She's 1 for 3 today, 3 unassisted. Grounded into last time up. Swung on, ground ball up the middle for a base hit. Rounding third, a big turn was Fisher. The throw sails over the catcher, and now you've got 2 runners at third base. So they're going to call the runner behind as Fisher had come back to third base, and it looked like Polson steamrolled into third. So not for sure exactly how that would work out, as I would think that the base goes to the runner occupying the base, does it not?
The base goes to the lead runner.
To the lead runner?
Yeah, just a little bit of a mental error there by Polson. Obviously, when you're fast, I think you kind of disregard the stop signs just a few times, but the third base coach was waving Fisher through to kind of draw that throw, and as you saw, the center fielder overthrew home plate and overthrew the catcher. So what happens if there's 2 people on the base, you tag both of them, it should be the trail runner that is out.
Well, now the coach is having a talk with the third base umpire, trying to sort that out.
But what happened, I think what he may be asking about is when Bailey Kay, the third baseman, went to tag, Fisher stepped off the base while she tagged the other girl. So I'm wondering if he's maybe thinking she tagged both of them and they're both out. But I think he's going to ultimately decide that they were both on the base when she tagged them, and the base will be awarded to Fisher.
So it ends up being an out nonetheless. An 8-2-5 gets Polson out, and now there's 2 down, runners at the corners for Tatum Bradshaw. So an eventful play going on, but we've got it all sorted out.
I would have loved to see Kazel sneak in on that backside runner, get to second, especially with so much commotion going on at third. They're not paying attention to you, so that's
right.
the perfect time to just sneak in there or even draw the tension away from that play. So just needing a little bit more heads up there to get in scoring position. You need all the runs you can get at this point.
1-0 the count to Bradshaw on a wave and a miss over the top. Evens us at 1-1. Again, Premier with a 1-0 lead, looking to add on to it here in the top of the 7th. They've got 2 outs against them with runners on the corners. The 1-1. Off speed, showed bunt, pulled it back. Now the runner running from first to second gets caught up. And coming in from third to score is Fisher. And now a bad throw was AJR had come in too far from the bag. Nobody was backing her up at second base. And Kazel is able to sneak by her safely into second. So a busted play there for Gold, and the second run scores for Premier.
Yeah, that's a picture-perfect play for game time. The ultimate goal of that play is just to get the runner from third home. So you see the ball go all the way down to second, and Kazel does a great job of stopping and getting in a rundown, which as long as that run crosses the plate before the runner is tagged out, then it counts, and that's what you need for your insurance. And Kazel does a great job, and then ultimately getting back to second by a miscommunication, no one covering the bag at second, and then an errant throw.
Now a 3-1 count to Bradshaw. And just did catch the bottom half of the zone, brings the count full. And Zach Taylor, Tori Vidalis hanging out with you here at Davis Diamond, home of Texas A&M softball. The payoff pitch misses away, ball 4. So Bradshaw will take her base down at first. And Clara Skaggs coming up. Had a single her last time. She's 2 for 3 on the day. That wind continuing to whip in from center field has warmed up a tad, but not much. First offering from Emma J catches the outer black. For Gold, it will be Asia S., Kendall H., and Bailey K. 6, 7, and 8 in the order due up in the bottom of the 7th. Swung on. This one is rocketed, but fouled on the left field line. So it continued to slice out of play. Hit hard, but not between the white lines. And again, foul. This one a little bit more off to the left. A little bit more demonstrative foul ball. I was looking at these. I was trying to figure out. Oh, that's where those go. Those cover up the holes where the wires go through. Got these little rubber, almost look like cold holsters, cup holsters. This one rolled foul up the first base line now, so tried the left side, now worked the right side. Count remains 0-2. Center fielder shaded over to the left with the left-hander up there, expecting maybe her to go the other way. This pitch misses high and wide. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And even with that wind whipping around, the outfielder's still playing pretty deep. You got Asia S. out there playing pretty deep at center.
Yeah, Skaggs with a lot of power. You've seen it with her foul ball. She's able to get the ball out there pretty easily, so I don't think they want to take any chances, especially right now. So late in the game, you're playing at a no doubles depth. So anything in the outfield, you're not allowing her to get to second.
And she'll slap this one foul off to the left. A long, lengthy at bat here for Clara Skaggs. Presley Main waiting on deck. The 1-2. And again, spoiled foul. Off to the left. Swung on, line drive past the shortstop into left. Runner grounding third, headed for home. And going to be no throw after a misplay out there in left center, and an RBI single from Clara Skaggs. It's now 3-0 Premier.
You love to see a 2-out RBI. Those are the most important, especially at the top of the second, and the Bombers have the last laugh in the box. You want to get as many insurance runs as you can.
Don't forget, save for a base running gaff from Premier, they would only have one run or one out right now, I should say, but instead got 2 away. Maine takes the first offering away. Emma J slings it home, called strike on the inner half. 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1, this one misses in. Brings the ball to 2 balls, or brings the count, excuse me, to 2 balls and 1 strike. Morgan Max, number 5 hitter in the lineup for Premier, is on deck. And down and in, 3-1. Premier doing all this damage with 2 outs. Scored a couple of runs in the inning. There's a called strike.
It's the most heartbreaking as a defense. All we need is 1 more out,
and
they just keep hitting it everywhere where you aren't.
Yeah, balls haven't been hit incredibly hard or anything, just hitting them where they ain't. This one swung on a soft line drive, and on her tippy toes, Bailey Kay making the catch at third base for the final out. But Premier does add to their lead. They get 2 more runs. We head to the bottom of the 7th. And Gold looking to put together a rally here. They're down 3-0. You're listening to HFL Softball. Bottom of the 7th we go. Asia S., Kendall H., and Bailey K. due up for Gold, and kind of a last chance for OK Bomber Gold. And third base coach having a talk with the third base umpire. Not sure what they're discussing down there. They're laughing about something. Asia S. Leading things off, hoping to get a rally going. Shows bunt, pulls it back, misses down and away. Taryn Batterton, you know, she's been in the dugout for a while now, has really been on a roll, but with her offense up there at the plate, yeah, you love the run support, but on a cold day like this, you kind of hate to stop the mojo, right?
Yeah, you hate to kind of break up anything good you have going, but I did see that she had a hoodie on to kind of keep her arm warm and give her a little bit of help with all this wind.
Pitch catches the outside corner, evens the count at 1-1. Bring it home again. This one fouled off to the screen, 1-2.
I think if anything, if I was a pitcher, I would be more pumped for the 7th inning because I want to win. Like, I want to close out the game. Like, let's do it.
Just got a bigger lead. So your team put up some more runs. Kendall H. waiting on deck. Offering misses high. Didn't get her to chase. 2-2. Infield playing in at the corners. The 2-2 offering just did miss outside and now gone full. Motoring right along really through the first 6 innings, but things have slowed up quite a bit. Last half inning plus. The payoff pitch, swung on, fouled back to the screen.
You can feel the energy shift a little bit in the Bombers dugout. Really loud, really cheering. You always see when teams are down, they really want to rally at the end, but really it's throughout the entire game that you need that energy, you need that momentum. But it's better late than never.
Maybe it took them a little while to wake up at 10:45. Swung on, line drive, base hit. Low line drive, and Asia S gets things started off with a single.
Hitting is contagious. We'll see if they can tack on some runs.
That really was a good piece of hitting right there. Just went with the pitch and drove it right back up the middle. Kendall H is 0 for 2, looking to get off the schneid. First pitch swinging, pops her up. Foul territory up the first base line and off the glove of the first baseman. As ranging over was trying to make that catch was Polson, and it just went right off the end of her mitt.
That is a crucial out right there for game time. You need to make that catch. That could be the difference in winning and losing this game at the end of the day. Just if you give them another chance, you never know what they can do.
Count goes to 0-1, bring it home again, swung on, fouled straight back. So now if you're Batterton, you hope that does not come back to get you.
Yeah, and especially plays like that. Yes, it's a little bit close to the railing of the first base dugout, but you have to sprint over there and get there, and you have to know exactly where the ball is going instead of kind of wavering and being scared that you're going to run into the railing.
The 0-2, this one smacked high in the right field into foul territory. Crossing over the line as Lambeth makes the catch for out number 1. Seen a lot of balls being caught in foul territory today. It's not like there's just a whole heck of a lot of it here. I mean, it's what you would normally see at a ballpark.
What, the space?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
I think there's way more foul.
Think there's more?
Yeah, way more foul territory here. Long way to run. The warning track is huge. And there's a good slice of grass. It's a long way to run, especially corners. It was a big adjustment from Old Aggie Field to here.
Right.
With the extra space.
Well, that kind of tapered off, did it not, as it worked its way to the foul poles?
It did.
It kind of like came in. 1-0 the count. Make it 2-0 now. The second offering misses down and in. It's been a hot minute, Tori. I haven't been over to the Old Aggie softball complex in quite some time. As you said, you spent, 200-plus games there?
Oh, I'm sure. 4 7/8 of, or 3 7/8 of my college career there.
This pitch called strike on the inner half. So did it kind of throw you off when you guys first started playing here with it being, obviously the field's a little bit bigger, but I mean the stadium and the concourse, everything else? Swing and a miss as there's a throw down to second base, just not in time. And it's a stolen bag for Asia S, and Gold stays alive, but with 2 down.
I think for me, our saving grace was being able to come over here and practice a lot, which these teams here playing today don't have that luxury of doing. So it takes a little bit to get used to the dimensions. But when you practice here every day, it's a little easier to kind of transition from that field to this field.
Makes sense.
And even when you're talking about when they're playing at Veterans or Bee Creek or Central Park, those fields aren't as near as big as this one. And just the setting that you're in and the extra space for the foul territory, it's a lot of changes to come to this field after playing at those.
Iana P taking the offering for a called strike. Evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Runner in scoring position. Again, Gold has yet to cross the plate today. Down 3-0 in the bottom of the 7th with 2 down. Swung on, ground ball off the glove of the third baseman, and it caroms past the shortstop. Rounding third, headed for home, and able to score standing up is Asia S. And an RBI single for Iana P. And Gold is staying alive.
I was waiting for it. Does a great job. I mean, just making things happen. You never know. That was a unfortunate mishap for Skaggs over there at third base. Just tips off of her glove and gets away from the shortstop as well. But a perfect opportunity for Gold to get a run on the board.
Yeah, really Premier's played fantastic defense. That one a hot shot past the shortstop for a base knock. So suddenly Gold really starting to time Taryn Batterton well. And runners at first and second now, and we're going to get a circle visit.
And hitting is contagious, you know what they say. So all you
said
need,
that.
Yeah.
You said that at the very beginning.
I've heard
we were
it
talking
my
about
whole
that.
life. You know, you always hear it. Hitting is contagious. I don't know why. It has to be psychological, but it's just something about someone else doing it in front of you, and it just kind of opens the jar of hitting. And that's exactly what Gold is doing here.
You say it is a possibility. You know, we can hit this pitcher. We can get on base. We can do these things. And then you go out there and do it. But
Walk the
suddenly,
walk.
yep, suddenly Premier finding itself in a sticky situation after Taryn Batterton had been cruising through 6+. Now has surrendered a run, and runners at first and second for the meat of the order. Chanik L coming up. She is 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. But I guess you could say she's due. Skaggs playing in at the third base side. And the first pitch just does catch the outer black. 0-1. Talon B is on deck. Should Chanig reach? The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Got her to chase up and in.
And as a hitter here in this situation, you have to try to tell yourself not to be so anxious, right? Everybody's doing it, getting it done in front of you. You don't want to be the one to mess it up. And so I think that gets into a lot of people's head. You just kind of got to go with the flow in this situation. You've seen her 3 times now.
Slow roller hit to short, fielded and thrown on to first for the force out. And that will do it. A 6-5 for out number 3. So Gold did not go away quietly, but Premier able to pull out the win 3-1, and they advance to take on OK Athletics Premier. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, have a short wrap up, and then we'll get ready for game number 2. Again, you're listening to HFL Softball.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
Game time Premier 18U picks up the win in the first game of the day here at Davis Diamond. They defeat OK Bomber Gold 3-1. Zach Taylor alongside Tori Vidalis, and Tori saw a lot of good things. Taryn Batterton went the distance for Premier, went 7 strong, gave up 1 run on 5 base hits, 6 strikeouts on the day, and only 1 walk, and that really pops up for you, as well as some timely hitting from Premier, too.
Yeah, when I think about this game, I really have to give Taryn Batterton a pat on the back. I mean, she really did carry the team, especially early when they really weren't putting that many runs up on the board. She was able to stay solid in the circle, and then eventually the hitters did come in pretty solid. They were getting runners on throughout the game, but really struggling with getting runners across the plate, having that timely hit. But in the 4th inning, we finally saw a very timely hit, and then they were able to get it going again in the 7th inning when they really needed that insurance run. So just overall, a really solid game from Game Time.
Yeah, offensively for Premier, they had some folks that really showed up today. I think Clara Skaggs for one, 3 for 4, and had an RBI. That was huge. And Tatum Bradshaw, don't forget, got the scoring going back in the 4th with a stand-up double. She also was able to get on base with a walk. So really take your pick. Picked up 3 runs. All 3 were earned on 11 base hits for Premier, but they advanced to take on OK Athletics Premier, and we will have that ball game here in just a little bit. Got to drag the field, get everything ready, but Game 2 will be coming up in just a little while. Again, you're listening to HFL Softball. Game 2 of the day here at Davis Diamond, Texas A&M University. Zach Taylor alongside Tori Vidalis for the Heart of America Elite Fast Pitch Tournament. The winner of the Game 1, that would be Game Time Premier 18U, picked up a 3-1 win over OK Bomber Gold, OK Bomber Gold. And so now taking on OK Athletics Premier. So Athletics Premier will be the home team as we get underway here in Game 2. Going to be a usual cast of characters, it looks like, for Game Time Premieres. They're going to have Haley Kazel, the center fielder, leading things off. And one of the umpires, their base umpire, talking to somebody over in the home side bullpen, getting things underway. And we're just about to get underway here. And the first offering to Kazel, a called strike on the outside corner. And saw Kazel in Game 1. She led off and played in center field. She was 2 for 4 on the ball game and came around to score. The 0-1 just did catch the outside black. No balls and 2 strikes. Kazel up now. Tatum Bradshaw waiting on deck. The 0-2 tried to get her to chase high and wide, and she laid off. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, Tori, you know, they got a lot of momentum there in Game 1, so the big thing is carrying that momentum into Game 2.
Yeah, that's the great thing, if there are any, about being in the loser's bracket, is when you do win that game to kind of fight for your life. Going into the next one, you're already on a roll. Whereas when you're coming in and playing a team like the Athletics here, they haven't played yet. So they maybe need a little bit of time to warm up and get really going, get their juices flowing. And if you're Game Time, you're already in that mode of attack, attack, attack. So it kind of pays off for you down the road if you keep winning in the loser's bracket.
This pitch misses low and away. Now a full count to Kazel. Looking to carry that momentum into the first inning here of Game 2. Wave and a miss. A good job of the pitcher being able to fight back there and rack up the strikeout for out number 1. Bradshaw coming up. 1 for 3 in Game 1. Actually came around to score the first run of the ball game for Game Time Premier. And Tatum, a little excuse me swing, fouls it back to the screen.
I'm much better. I got Wyatt's one breaker on and that cold wet hoodie, so I'm sorry.
Premier looking to fight back out of that loser's bracket and being able to pick up another much-needed win here for heading home back to Oklahoma. The 0-1 misses low. 1 ball and 1 strike. And you got Clara Skaggs, who had a big Game 1 at the plate, waiting on deck. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Things starting to warm up a little bit out there. Now got the coach for Game Time has gotten rid of the long sleeves and is rocking well, I guess she's still wearing long sleeves, but she's pulled them up to around the elbows. So that's when you know it's really warming up out there. Wave and a miss. Strike 3. Back-to-back Ks now for the Athletics.
Yeah, we're seeing some speed out of the pitching circle. Definitely a big difference compared to last game when they played the OK Bombers, had a little bit more spinning pitchers. So it'll be interesting to see how they make the adjustments early in the game, hopefully, and get on time.
Mentioned Skaggs had that big Game 1, went 3 for 4 with an RBI. And left-handed hitting third baseman. There's Sands batting gloves, and the first offering and off speed misses up and in. The 1-0. And that one misses the zone. Now 2 balls and no strikes. Briley Russell waiting on deck. Wave and a miss brings the count to 2-1. Did not see Russell in game 1. He's going to be catching today. Hanging out in the on-deck circle with her shin guards on. Slow wind-up, slings it home. Just did, nope, called strike, a delayed called strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Total of 5 ball games being played here today. We'll have broadcast for 3 of those. The 2-2 swung on. Wow, really got around on it and yanks it foul. And just a bit out ahead of it was Clara Skaggs. Tori, you were kind of regaling us with some stories about close calls with foul balls in the dugout, right?
Yeah, it can be scary, especially when you play at venues with no net in front of the dugout. Thankfully now it was a rule in the SEC that you had to have a covering in front of the dugout, but it's very scary, especially as you get older and people start to hit harder and the pitchers fool you more. You know, you tend to be maybe out in front a little bit. So you honestly never know when a ball could be coming your way, and it's easy to get distracted in the dugout, so you always have to be heads up.
Got to be on your guard at all times. Skaggs making like the Bee Gees and staying alive down there.
Good one.
Yeah. Let me some Gibb brothers. Swing and a miss. And she does go down. So striking out the side, the Athletics. 1, 2, 3. To the bottom half of the first we go. You're listening to HFL Softball.
Howdy fans, thank you for being here at beautiful Davis Diamond today for this great event. We ask that if you are not actively eating or drinking that you please wear your face mask so we can continue to host this event moving forward. Thank you.
Back here in the bottom of the first, Davis Diamond. Second ball game of the day, this time between Game Time Premier and OK Athletics Premier. And unfortunately for the Athletics, we actually don't have names right now, so we're just going to rock them out by number 1. So number 1 starting things off, leading off, number 22 waiting on deck.
Number 1 and number 1.
Number 1 and number 1. That's fitting, right?
Yeah.
Number 1 in the lineup. Number 1 out there.
Number 1 in your hearts.
Second offering misses wide. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. And taking the circle for Premier here in game 2. Morgan Max. Max misses outside. It's now 3 balls and no strikes. Morgan was the designated player in game 1. Bring it home on 3-0 from the lefty. Misses. Oh, nope. Did catch the outside corner. I was about to give her a walk already.
You never know up here.
And everybody talks about, you know, the matchups that you may have. I mean, it really is a different look with a left-hander there in the circle. She brings it home, misses inside, but maybe it might be a little easier for right-handed hitters. What was your take on that?
Honestly, I never realized if it was a lefty until someone made a comment about it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Which is kind of weird because you're just so used to seeing the arm go in a circle that I honestly just sometimes don't pay attention, that I'm just like, oh, the ball's coming at me. Let me find it and hit it, which as the game goes on, I'm like, oh, she's a lefty. Yeah, that makes sense.
Swung on, line drive past the first baseman, going to trickle into right field. Rounding second, headed for third, and sliding in safely, number 1. So a single from number 22. Feels just kind of awkward saying that, but number 22 getting the single here. And so runners at the corners now. And the number 3 hitter coming up.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow line drive that the first baseman just couldn't really catch up with, and it gets past her, but since it was so slow, it allowed number 1 for the A's to get all the way around to third. If it was hit a little bit harder, I don't think she would have had the time to get to third, but she had a great slide in, and it's now safe with runners on the corner.
Presley Main, the shortstop, playing in a little bit. You'd love to turn 2 here. In on the hands and a little squibber, and it's going to be fielded by the second baseman. And no play but to go to first, but that did work out, and then it stayed in the infield. The runner stays at third. And moving on down to second is number 22. So runners at second and third with 1 out. Ends up being a 4-3. Worked almost in the way that you might see a sacrifice.
Yeah, that was kind of a tricky play for the base runner. She didn't know if they were going to catch it or drop it, and last minute she had to take off in such a long run to second. They could have easily turned and got her at second on the tag.
Now you got your pitcher hitting cleanup here. Takes the first offering for a called strike. Runners at second and third. No score early on here between Game Time Premier and OK Athletics Premier. Bring it home in the 0-1, catches the outer black. No balls and 2 strikes. And the Premier got here following a 3-1 win in the first game today over OK Bomber Gold. Got underway a little early today, or a little late, I should say, excuse me. Wave and a miss. Nice high offering, got her to chase. 2 down. Number 12 coming up here. Number 5 hitter in the lineup. And we'll call time and step out of the box. Wind's still whipping around out there. As we mentioned, it has gotten a little bit warmer with the sun coming out, but not much. Little check swing, think it might have got a piece of the bat. So the runner stays put at first base. Or is she saying that it hit her?
I think the coach is trying to ask what's going on.
So the third base coach wanting to have a talk with the home plate umpire. And now he's going to bring in the infield umpires. Not for sure exactly what they have. It looked like a check swing foul ball. But I don't know. What do you think the third base coach is talking? Not to speculate, but what else do we have to do right now?
Well, so those are the hardest calls to make because the ball is so close in on the hand. So if the ball hits the hand, it's a dead ball. But if you're swinging, like it's like a check swing, it might not necessarily be called a dead ball. It would be called a foul ball. So there's a lot of different scenarios that you can have right there, but I think he may go with just a strike on the batter.
In fact, that's what they're going to do. They're going to stay with the call, so it's an 0-1 count to number 12. Left-hander in the circle, Morgan Max in for Premier. Runners at second and third, bottom of the first. Got two away. Sling it in. That one almost did get a piece of her. Evens the count at 1-1. The 1-1. And catches the outside half. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Four, 5, and 6 due up in the bottom half of the inning, or I should say the top of the next inning, as this one laced down to right field, slicing but caught in right, and that will end the threat. And so Premier gets some runners on, but unable to bring them home. We head to the top of the second, no score, listening to HFL softball.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
OK Athletics threatened in the bottom of the first, but nothing doing as they strand a couple of runners. No runs on 1 base hit, no errors, and 1 left. And to the top of the second we go. At game time Premier, bringing up the 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Briley Russell, who we did not see in game 1, leading off against Taryn Ritz, the left-hander. And Ritz winds and fires and slings in a called strike, 0-1. Working on getting you some of these names for Athletics Premier. They're slowly trickling in. The 0-1 misses wide. 1 ball and 1 strike. Waiting on deck, Presley Main, the shortstop. And took something off of that offering, misses wide, 2 balls and a strike. Slow delivery, a slow roller, hit to third base, picked up, thrown on to first for out number 1. Playing the hot corner today is Lily Hood.
Yeah, great defensive play. I like that she was able to smother that ball and kept her feet moving. Makes a solid throw over to first base. We saw a couple iffy throws in the beginning of the first game, so it's good to see these infielders getting a solid throw over there to their first baseman.
So a quick 1 out, 5-3. And Presley Main coming up. Presley 2 for 4 in the first ball game, takes the offering for a ball. Morgan Max, the pitcher, waiting on deck. And takes a called strike right at the waist. 1-1. And on the hands, fists at foul. That'll bring the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Doing a great job of sanitizing here as well at Davis Diamond in between innings. Having to go out and make sure that the seats are well sanitized. Everybody's practicing social distancing, rocking the masks. The 1-2 offering, trying to get her to chase. She wouldn't bite on it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's a called strike 3, just right on the outside black, got Maine looking. And the 4th strikeout of the day for Taryn Ritz. And out number 2 here in the second.
Yeah, Ritz throwing gas out there, especially like I was talking about in the top of the first. Last game against Game Time, there was a little bit more spinny, really hitting their locations, not going to overpower you with the speed, and Ritz is just coming out here slinging the ball. Big adjustment as a hitter.
And she slings this one inside to Morgan Max. 1 ball and no strikes. Morgan trying to help herself out here, starting the ball game here in game 2. Takes a pitch wide. 1 ball and 1 strike. Katie Scott, second baseman, waiting on deck. Swung on, line drive, going to plop down in right field for a base hit. So Max helping herself out a little bit here with 2 outs, gets a single. And that keeps the top of the inning alive. Katie Scott coming up.
And they were good at that last game, getting those 2 out hits, 2 out RBIs. Did it really well in the 7th inning. So they're trying to keep their streak going.
And looks like we're going to have a courtesy runner for the pitcher. And that is Maggie Place, I believe. Nope, excuse me. That's Presley Main, who's come in as a pinch runner.
Looks like
I'm off there too.
Ruth, number 2.
Okay. Must have swapped around some numbers then. Presley Main was number 2 in game 1.
Maybe there's 2A, 2B.
There very well might be.
That happened to us last weekend.
Why not? So Ruth's on first base. There you go. Katie Scott up at the plate. Ritz winds and fires. Ball pops away from the catcher. And scooting on down to second base will be Ruth. Wild pitch I think Sydney McLaughlin would tell you that she should have come up with. McLaughlin back behind the plate. And the second offering that time does find the strike zone, evens the count to 1-1 with Katie Scott. And the second offering finds the plate. So, talked about Ritz just dealing strikes by the dozen right now. Did give up the one base hit, but runner in scoring position has a 1-2 count on Scott. Sling it home and just did get a piece to stay alive. Emily Labeth waiting on deck. Scott trying to keep things alive here, at least get her team on the board. Again, she has a runner that's 120 feet away and fouls this one off at the plate. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. I was asking you earlier, Tori, I know your dad's a big golfer. If you follow golf at all during the Masters, Tiger shot a 10 today on a par 3.
Sounds like I was playing.
Tiger Woods, he's just like us. At least
He's human.
just like me anyways. Good grief. And again, just getting a piece of it at the plate does Katie Scott, so staying alive. Yeah, no, I've definitely, I think by that time though, at least when I'm playing, I would have just picked up my ball and gone to the next hole. I would have said, that's enough of that. I'm not going to mess with that anymore.
Yeah, that's good.
I think I'm all right. Tiger's got a few skins on the wall when it comes to winning championships, so he's due. There's a hot shot over to second base. A nice little chopper onto first for out number 3. So Premier threatens but unable to get anybody home. And we are headed to the bottom of the second. No score. You're listening to HFL Softball. To the bottom of the second we go. Still no score here between Game Time Premier and Athletics Premier. Tinley Lucas, Ellie Lovelace, and Kinley Riley due up for the Athletics. And the first offering, Lucas swung on and missed to get Morgan Max, the lefty, in the circle for Game 2 for Premier. Game Time did threaten there in the bottom of the second. Got a runner all the way to second base, but left her stranded. The 0-1 just does miss the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike. Talked about those shadows earlier in game one. We were contending with the circle being in the sun and then everybody else being in the shadows. Well, right now the sun has taken over the field. So we are basked in beautiful rays of sunshine. Called strike 1 and 2. Lucas hitting from the right side. Offering up and in. Bring it to 2 and 2. She's got those the shoulder sleeves pulled up too, showing off the guns this morning.
Oh yeah, she's trying to get a good tan. We would do that whenever we had somewhere to be, or honestly we just didn't want tan lines, but tan lines in softball,
Yeah,
it's inevitable.
It's kind of a given. Able to stay alive there.
I think I have permanent tan lines. Farmer's tan is
Just
what we
never
call
gonna
it.
go away. Yep. That's just part of it. And talk about golf, you get golfers tans, especially when wearing shorts all the time too. It's like why are the bottom from just above the knee down? It's so much darker than your upper leg. This pitch misses up. It's now a full count. The payoff pitch, shot down the first baseline, but just foul. Wow, got that close to getting a big extra base hit.
Good way to just get it out of the zone. I think she knew she couldn't quite square it up completely. Just throws the barrel out, make it go foul.
Count remains full. The payoff pitch again, misses down and in, ball 4. So Lucas able to work out a walk to lead the bottom of the second here. And Ellie Lovelace, the left fielder, coming up.
And that's exactly what you want to lead off. Well, what you want as an offense, not as a defense, but
Right.
a leadoff walk is probably the best thing that you can have. Free base.
Yeah, not a bad deal, and you really didn't have to work too hard. You just made sure that the pitches were there. The runner goes, a delayed throw, and actually finds the rib cage of Lucas as she goes diving in head first. And she'll be safe, but kind of wearing that one a little bit.
Always a little bit of a shock when you catch it in the ribs. I wouldn't know from experience. I don't steal, but
Yeah, especially sliding in head first. So the speedster able to get to second on the stolen bag, and yeah, kind of a delayed throw from Russell back behind the plate.
I think it took her a second to realize that she was actually stealing.
Yeah, double clutched it a little bit. The 0-1 offering, and out in front, able to spoil it foul, was Lovelace. Kinley Riley waiting on deck. A lot of righties in this lineup for Athletics Premier.
That's right. Go righties.
Righties who run the
I'm
world.
biased.
Righties, yeah, just a little bit. I'm right-handed too. They say nothing special about that, you know, but
Maybe in baseball, but
maybe in baseball. Softball, little different deal. This pitch misses up. It's 1 and 2. Anybody can be left-handed and a power hitter, you know. That just seems like it's Peyton McBrides of the world. Peyton, of course, plays for Texas A&M. One ball, 2 strikes. Bring it home, and came in and hit her. Boy, way off the mark. A hit by pitch after starting 0-2 in the count. Lovelace works an HBP, so runners at first and second. Still no outs for Kinley Riley.
ouch. I
Yeah,
know that one hurt.
That did not look like it felt good at all. So Athletics Premier got something cooking right now with no outs and 2 runners on. Do you think about trying to lay down a bunt here?
Depends on who's up in the lineup. I think if you know you have somebody who's an RBI hitter, absolutely not. You just give them the chance to swing the bat. Don't take it out of their hands and let them do what they do. But I think if you have someone who's more a singles hitter or someone who hits for average, I say why not lay down for a bunt? It'd be the exact same as letting them swing away. So it increases your chances of getting 2 runners into scoring position.
Well, at least on pitch 1, Riley was swinging. Does not show bunt on pitch 2 either, but takes it up high for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike.
You also have to be strategic in the fact that runners on first and second, there's a force at third, so most likely they're going to be pitching you inside. But if inside is the hitter's strength, there's so many factors that go into this process of thinking what to do as a coach. So I think over time you learn what's best for your players and what they do, what are their skills, what are their, I don't want to say weaknesses, but what do they do not so well. And here is probably one of those situations where the coach believes in his hitter and knows she can get it done.
Riley able to poke it foul, and you kind of saw that getting set up. Max had caught the outside corner for a called strike, and then on the 1-2 pitch, try to go a little bit further out, but Riley able to spoil it off. So 1-2 count. Just underway here. Again, bottom of the second. Went up high, tried to get her to chase, and she wouldn't do it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here at beautiful Davis Diamond on a very sunny but windy and a little chilly day in College Station, Texas. Hanging out on the west campus of Texas A&M. Swing and a miss. And a double clutch. There's going to be a throw down to second base to try to get the runner leaning, but diving back in plenty of time was Lucas. However, out number 1 has been recorded.
Great setup there by Max. She was pounding the outside corner to set her up, get her on her toes, and then go straight back inside with a drop ball, which I think is mechanically one of the hardest pitches to hit. And with a runners on first and second, that's exactly what you want them to do, is ground out to third base. But she swung over it and then double clutch to second base. They almost had a double play there. It would have been big time for them.
Carissa Figner up now, the EP today, takes the first pitch up and in. And the second offering is swinging, tips this one foul off the end of the bat. Five games again on the docket for today. We'll be hanging out with you, Tori and I, for 3 of them. 1-1, misses up. Quick snap throw down to first, and back in plenty of time. First baseman did not even try to attempt the tag there, as Lovelace was back in plenty of time. Brings the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Wave and a miss. Some speed behind that offering as Max dials it up some. Already got some movement down in the bullpen right now on that third base line for game time premiere. Swung on, popped foul off to our right. Into the stands. We'll do it again at 2-2. Cork and Skypeworth waiting on deck, which so far, without a doubt, has been my favorite name.
It's always cool to see the different last names and different teams.
I mean, Cork and Skypeworth almost sounds like that would be an actor's name or something. Swung on, there's a ground ball hit to third. Step on the bag for 1, on to first, double play. And a great play made by Clara Skaggs at the hot corner. 5 unassisted, and then a 5-3 to get Skypeworth. And so Athletics Premier threatens, but comes up empty here in the bottom of the second. We head to the top of the third. Still no score. You're listening to HFL Softball.
heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
To the top of the third we go. Still no score between Game Time Premier and Athletics Premier. Emily Labeth going to lead things off, followed by Casey Polson for Premier here. And it's back to the top of the lineup we go. And first pitch swinging against Taryn Ritz, fouls it off to the right. And I know that these girls are used to playing in large venues, I mean, in big places. But again, you are talking about a D1 stadium. And, you know, we talked about it in game one, Tori, just having to play your first games here and that being a little unconventional when you're used to playing in a smaller venue. So I'm sure even for these girls, it seems kind of cavernous at times out there.
That's a big word.
Cavernous?
Wow.
Yeah. Didn't know I had that in my vocabulary, did you?
I didn't.
The 1-1, a hot shot back to the circle and off the leg of Ritz. And she has the wherewithal to throw it on to first, but that is going to sting. And now the entire infield going to come in and check on her, and she gives the thumbs up to the dugout. She's okay. Nice play.
Great play. In my head, I'm just thinking, that a girl,
Yeah,
that a girl.
Yeah.
You know, it happens as a pitcher. Sometimes they just get a hold of one and it comes right back at you. But honestly, it's not about how well they hit the ball. It's about how well you respond after it. Obviously, I know it hurts.
Right.
100% been there, know what that feels like. But when you can get up and just make the play, that makes you that more intimidating, I think, as a hitter. If I hit someone in the shin and they get right back up, make the play, I'm defeated as a hitter.
Right.
So for her to just, without even a second thought, she's on the ground, no glove on, just picks up the ball and throws it over to first. That's big time. That's a huge play.
Her teammates will give her a little bit of a ribbing as she's out there at the circle. They were having a good laugh about that afterwards. But a 1-3 for out number one, and now Casey Polson coming up, left-handed hitting first baseman for Game Time. And Ritz will sling it home, offering Mrs. Lowe. Lefty on lefty matchup here. Haley Kazel, the leadoff hitter, waiting on deck. The 1-0. This one misses the plate. Now 2 balls and no strikes. Infield playing in a little bit. Polson more of a slapper from that left side. Still got that wind blowing in as well, so the outfield is playing way in. The 2-0, a called strike at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike. The 2-1. And down in the dirt, 3 balls and 1 strike. So Polson, the number 9 hitter, with a chance to draw a walk here. If she can get one more ball thrown. And Haley Kazel waiting on deck, the leadoff hitter. Tatum Bradshaw to follow. Little excuse me swing, kind of a half-hearted wave at it from Polson. Called strike. It's now a full count. Zach Taylor, Tori Vidalis with you, and wave and a miss. And Taryn Ritz able to fight back in the count and gets a strikeout. That's her 5th of the day. And 2 down. Already seeing the strikeouts start to pile up. Her opponent, her counterpart, Morgan Max, with 2 Ks this morning. This early afternoon, I should say now. Kazel hitting from that left side, struck out her first time up. Shows bunt, pulls it back. It's a called strike nonetheless, 0-1. Fans kind of sparsely populating the stands here, as you can imagine. Social distancing being a big part of it. Good to see folks rolling with the social distancing. 0-1. Wave and a miss. Blew it by her. No balls and 2 strikes. The 0-2 swung on, chopped fouled on the third base side, and good go of it there by Skypeworth, but she'll let it roll on by her into the outfield. And Kazel will stay with the 0-2 count. Tatum Bradshaw waiting on deck should Kazel reach. Only 1 base runner so far for game time. The 0-2 misses high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Got you a makeshift blanket there, Tori? It's very nice.
It is a little chilly.
Imagine if you were wearing shorts. That's what I rolled up here with today. I was thinking, oh, you know, it's been pretty warm recently. It'll warm up nicely. It's still kind of chilly. Swung on and fell back.
Yeah, I was not expecting this at all.
Yeah, I really wasn't either.
I was
Imagine
working
that
out
November.
yesterday, and I was just drenched in sweat in my garage. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll be fine. I actually might be a little hot in jeans. I'm like, thank goodness I packed jeans.
Yeah, I was about to say, good thing you brought pants. And like you said, you always got to be prepared. It's like the Boy Scouts out there playing softball. You always got to have that extra hoodie in the bag. This pitch misses down and away, evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kazel in game 1 was 2 for 4. Looking for her first base knock of this second ball game, and flips this one foul back off to the left. And even when she hasn't been able to get on base, like her first at bat, went full count before striking out, and is able to really drive up the pitch count against the opposing pitcher. Claire Skaggs in the hole, but Bradshaw's waiting on deck. Kazel will flip this one foul, rolls it up the third base line. The 2-2 from Ritz. Swung on and again spoiled foul. This goes to show, again, those long, lengthy at-bats. And as a hitter, when you see something, it might not be necessarily something you can drive or something you can get a good base hit off of, but just being able to kind of flip it foul is important. The 2-2 swung on, driven into left field, and slicing foul. And a lot was going on right there. Ellie Lovelace, the left fielder, was playing in a bit and was ranging back, nearly got to that, but it landed right over her head, and fortunately for Athletics, it landed foul. definitely made that one a lot closer to getting the base knock. The 2-2, 2 outs. Ritz winds and fires. Swung on, foul back to the screen. Long, lengthy at bat. For
These
sure.
are the ones where the pitcher's like, okay, come on, either strike out or get a hit. I don't
Yeah.
even care at this point.
Just tired of seeing your face up there.
Yeah, exactly.
The 2-2. Just did miss outside, tried to paint the outside corner. Didn't get the call. Full count now. Second time now she's worked a full count. You've got the whole left side of the infield shifted over towards third base. Swung on, line drive over the third baseman's head and just inside the foul line. And the throw gets away from the second baseman, but backed up. Over at first, actually shortstop, was covering the bag at second. It was backed up by the second baseman, but what a great piece of hitting there from Haley Kazel.
That right there is the definition of a quality at bat.
Oh, yeah.
For her to be able to foul off so many pitches, and then actually she let one go that I thought was very impressive, because after you start to foul so many off, it becomes difficult to decide, okay, is that one on the plate? Is that one a little bit farther out? And so she was able to lay off a pitch that was just off the plate and did get it for a ball, and then is able to come back, take another foul ball, and then be able to place it in right over third base. It's just quality.
A lot of peskiness going on from Haley Kazel.
Yes.
Now she gets to be pesky on first base. And that first offering to Tatum Bradshaw swung on and missed. But you would love to kind of reward her for that with a big base knock here from Bradshaw. She had a double in the first game. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. Runner staying put at first base. In on the hands, popped her up. Going to stay in the infield, ranging over towards third. Shielding from the sun was Lily Hood, and makes the catch for the final out. So Haley Kazel able to prolong things a little bit, but finally a pop-up to the shortstop ends the threat. We head to the bottom of the third, still no score. You're listening to HFL Softball.
I'm okay with that.
To the bottom of the third we go. Athletics Premier going to be sending their 3 up to the plate. Hopefully more than just 3. hitters. Cork and Skypeworth going to lead things off. Face the first offering for a called strike. Corkin playing at third base today for the Athletics. Lexi McDonald, the leadoff hitter, on deck, followed by Rylan Dooner. Sling it home, wave and a miss. And Morgan Max was able to work out of a little bit of trouble in that last inning. Got a nice double play. Five unassisted and then a 5-3. And tries the outer corner, doesn't get the call. It's now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Zach Taylor alongside Tori Vidalis with you today. Out at beautiful Davis Diamond, Aggieland. Wave and a miss, got her to chase. Strikeout number 3 of the day for Morgan Max. Out number 1 here in the bottom of the third. Lexi McDonald walked back in the first inning, but was left stranded at third. Hitting from the left side, first pitch swinging, a one hop bounces off the throw to first. Will go up the line, and McDonald safe at first base. Rule that one a E4. I think they probably would have had her if they'd been able to make a good play over there, but Katie Scott kind of uncorked one.
Yeah, and especially in that situation, if you bobble the ball, just hold on to it. The play would have been close, but with the bad throw, you give them the opportunity if it goes into the dugout, because it kind of looked like it was really wide for her to go to second. So honestly, just hold it. She's already going to be safe. It's fine. Just turn a double play, something, but you don't want to make the situation worse for yourself by making a bad throw.
So McDonald on first base now with 1 out. And the number 2 hitter, Rylan Dooner, takes an offering away. Rylan had a single her last time and advanced to second, but was left stranded. Bring it home off the glove of Russell, and we'll go to the backstop, and so that's going to allow McDonald to scoot on down to second. And just right off the end of the glove of Briley Russell. So a runner in scoring position now for Athletics Premier. Again, no score in the bottom of the third. The 2-1 misses up high. Now 3 balls and a strike. Sydney McLaughlin, the catcher, waiting on deck. In on the hands, popped her up right behind first base, ranging over into foul territory to make the grab was Katie Scott. So Katie able to make up for that throwing error with a nice play.
Yeah, redeemed herself. She traveled a long way for that ball. Got a good angle on it, and I love that she had the awareness to know that McDonald might be tagging. So as soon as she caught that ball, she transferred it out of her glove and was looking for her, waiting to make that throw if necessary.
So Sydney McLaughlin coming up now with 2 outs and a runner at second base. McLaughlin grounded out to second her first time up. Hitting from the right side, a big swing and a miss. Came out of the box on that one. 0-1.
You know what they say about those 3-hole hitters.
Swinging for the fences.
It's only funny because I'm a 3-hole hitter.
Yeah. Hitting dingers.
I know what you mean, Sydney.
0-1 the count, bring it home again, fouled off. Have you ever swung so hard that your helmet came off? You ever had one of those instances or anything?
Not that it's fallen off, but it's definitely rotated on my head before. But the helmet was way too big. So.
Yeah. I think that was just more a size
Size issue.
Size issue. You would never swing too hard at a
Yeah,
pitch and
never,
come up empty or
never.
anything.
Too many times to count.
0-2. Bring it home. Off speed, missed up high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Taryn Rintz, the pitcher, waiting on deck. Waiting for a chance to help herself out. We'll see. 1-2 offering. Swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 1-2.
For some reason, mine just hung up.
Winner of this game looking to advance to the Tier 1. They can pull off the win. In on the hands, and again fights it foul back off to our right.
I'm gonna catch one of them over here. Just wait.
McLaughlin, the number 3 hitter. As Tori was saying, they've got that in common. Swung on, fouled back. McLaughlin's a catcher, though. Have you ever caught in your career? How did that go?
I was 10 years old, and I told them I could play any position. So they said, "Can you play catcher?" And I said, "Absolutely."
Absolutely.
They put the gear on me, put a pitching machine up at probably like 60 miles an hour, which is pretty fast when you're about
for 10,
10.
yeah.
And I had my glove up. The ball straight hit my glove and hit my chest. I missed it.
Man. Wave and a miss. Got McLaughlin to go up the ladder. And a good job from Morgan Max to get out of a bit of a jam there. She gets a couple of strikeouts. No runs, no hits, no errors, one error, excuse me, 1 left on. As we head to the 4th, you're listening to HFL Softball.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given. All is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
To the top of the 4th we go. Still no score between Athletics Premier and Game Time Premier. But Game Time is going to be sending up the heart of the order. Clara Skaggs, Briley Russell, and Presley Main up against Taryn Ritz. Mentioned Skaggs was kind of the hero there in Game 1 at the plate. Went 3 for 4 with an RBI. Would love to get a big base knock here. Start things off in the 4th inning. So far today, Tori, you've seen some pretty good pitching battles going on. Game 1 was kind of that way, and so far Game 2's been that way.
Yeah, Taryn Ritz dealing in the circle. Already has 5 strikeouts through 3 innings. I'm sure she'll add some more to that tally.
Skaggs takes an offering down in the dirt. I'm talking about this earlier. Yeah, just not a lot of left-handers out there for the Athletics. Nobody in the field right now throwing left-handed. As this one popped up in foul territory, fighting the sun and able to make the catch is Ellie Lovelace. Was not easy, and that wind was knocking it around as well, but able to come up with the play.
Yeah, that wind is making it really difficult for the balls that go straight up in the air because it kind of blows it all which way. And if you're an outfielder, you really have to keep your feet moving and be aware of which way the wind is blowing in which direction, so you know exactly kind of where the ball is going to take you. If you're oblivious to where that wind's going, you can look like a fool out there.
It's not going to go well for you.
It's happened plenty of times to me and teammates.
Briley Russell takes an offering down low. Again, we didn't see Briley in game 1. And Kennedy Fisher as the catcher there in game 1. And Kennedy had a big double and a big run scored in game 1. But she's hanging out in the dugout. The 1-0. Swung on, line drive, laced into right field for a base hit. So Russell getting on the base with a hard hit single. Presley Main coming up.
And they will get a pinch runner for their catcher, saving those legs.
And it looks like Fisher's going to come in and pinch run.
Oh, look at that. Catcher for catcher.
Oh. Keep it done. Fisher's got pretty good wheels. We saw that in game 1. Sometimes, at least it was in my case, catcher's not very fast, generally. That's why I ended up where I was. Too hard to get to ground balls whenever you got a slow movement.
Yeah.
It's better just to be stationary for the most part, unless you're trying to block them. Maine a strikeout victim last time. First pitch swinging, rips this one, but foul down the left field line. 0-1. I was talking with somebody the other day, just talking about playing baseball and catching and everything. And I'm like, yeah, if I was to end up in that spot right now, get down in a crouch, I could get down there. I just don't know if I could get back up. That'd be the only issue. That's what happens when we get old, Tori.
I believe
just giving you a heads up. 0-1 the count. Ritz winds and fires, brings it home, called strike. 0-2. Morgan Max waiting on deck. She's got a single today. Trying to help herself out. The 0-2 bring it home. Swung on. This one is lofted deep into left field, but foul. That's curling over into the home bullpen. Got some bird feathers or something right here on the window, and that's been bothering me for the last 3 innings. I don't know. One, I don't know how a bird got up here on how I could do that on a flat surface. The 0-2 just did miss outside. Mentioned how nice the facility is here at Davis Diamond. It's adjacent, I should say, I was about to say adjoined, but adjacent to the new track and field facility. This pitch misses up high. Runner goes. Throw down is in time. 2-6, caught stealing.
It was a great throw and a great tag by Hood. Fisher tried to do a little bit of a hook slide situation, but Hood does a great job of holding on to the ball and going to get her before she gets there, but a great throw by McLaughlin.
So Kennedy Fisher gets caught stealing. It was a ball, by the way. Counted as 2 balls, 2 strikes to Maine. And swung on. This one is lofted into shallow left. Going to be an easy play made out there in left field by Lovelace. And just like that, the top of the 4th is over with. So a caught stealing really hurt game time right there. And we head to the bottom of the 4th. Still no score. You're listening to HFL Softball. To the bottom of the fourth we go. It's going to be the meat of the order for the Athletics. Taryn Rentz, Lily Hood, and Tinley Lucas due up against the lefty Morgan Max. Both of these teams have had some traffic on the base paths, but nothing doing as far as scoring any runs. Still scoreless here, heading into the fourth. Ritz, a strikeout victim her last time up, and the first pitch to her is up and in. Zach Taylor, former Texas A&M All-American Tori Vidalis with you. Ritz hitting from that right side, as are all the hitters for the Athletics. This pitch misses away. It's now 2-0. Right down the heart of the plate, taking all the way. Yeah, talking about the new track and field facility, I got a chance to tour that. Gosh, I guess it was a year and a half ago now before they opened it up. And at least got to check out the insides, and looked awfully, awfully nice. Unfortunately, track and field for their outdoor season wasn't able to compete because of COVID-19. Three and one the count. Max trying to work back here. Called strike on the outside black. Ritz thought she had a walk, but didn't.
She did not like that call.
You know, she's the pitcher on the other side too, so she's kind of saying, where's that been for me? Full count. Bring it home, swing and a miss. Up and away and got her to chase. So second time today, Taryn Ritz has been a strikeout victim and out number one. Yeah, in those cases, I mean, if you're a catcher or you're a pitcher, you generally want to stay on the umpire's good side.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
it's hard to argue that whenever you're saying, hey, you know, I'm going to want that same call whenever I'm out there. Lily Hood up now, flew out to right her first time. Takes the first pitch, called strike. I've just been amazed at the wind today. It just continues to whip around out there in center. I'm not seeing, we saw one ball, one hop to the wall, but it never got up in the air enough to look like it might be a home run. As Hood trying to catch the defense sleeping, tries to put down a bunt, but it rolls foul.
Yeah, anything that's going to have a chance at getting out of here has to be a hard backspin line drive that just cuts through the wind. And even then, maybe it'll get far enough and high enough. But the wind is pretty serious today out here.
It is whipping around for sure. The 0-2 swung on, hit off the end of the bat, trickling over to second base. Up with it, firing on to first is Scott for out number 2. And just like that, there's 2 down. Tinley Lucas, the right fielder, coming up. Lucas reached on a walk her last time and then stole second base, but a ground ball from Carissa Figner got her out as the force out over at third. First pitch swinging, line drive, going to find the right center field gap. It's all the way to the wall. Rounding first, heading for second. She's still chugging, going for third. Here comes the throw from the relay, not in time. A triple for Tinley Lucas.
And that's exactly what the Athletics needed right there. The big difference that could have just happened in that play was the fact that she did not stutter around second base, kind of questioning herself. Oh, should I go? Am I going to make it? She picked up the third base coach immediately and just went straight to third base. She didn't stutter step. She didn't question it. She just kept running. And that honestly is the difference a lot of times between being safe or having a double with an error.
Ellie Lovelace up now. Was hit by a pitcher last time. And we were told that in the bracket, when it comes to these two teams, that the winner will move on to the Tier 1. The loser still has a chance to get a berth, from what we understand.
The loser still gets a bid, but
Still
the winner of this game will go to the championship game.
Gotcha.
So the loser will be in the top 3.
Flipped up over the bat and over our heads, 0-1. I don't know how those tournaments are. Just trying to figure it all out, all the logistics of it all.
Yeah, so much information, so many different games you got to play.
Should Lovelace reach, Kinley Riley is waiting on deck. Max wides and fires, uncorks a wild pitch. Here comes the runner. The throw, not in time. And coming in to score, Tinley Lucas off a wild pitch. And a costly one at that, as that will give the Athletics the lead.
What's a perfect toss straight to the glove of Max. And she had it in a perfect position. She would have been out, but she wasn't able to hang on to it. As Lucas slides in, it kind of knocks the ball out of her glove. Unfortunate for game time.
1-1 count, off speed, got her to go around, now 1-2.
We saw both dugouts kind of jump up thinking the one side thought that they had her out, the other side thought they had her safe, and then you see the ball kind of trickle away and one side of the dugouts just retreats back into their side.
1-2, misses up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, you just you see the excitement and then the agony that comes from plays like that.
Utter agony.
Now 2-2 count. Bring it home. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. So Morgan Max able to get out of it. However, a triple and then a wild pitch allows the Athletics to score for the first time today. They have a 1-0 lead. As we head to the top of the 5th, you're listening to HFL Softball.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
OK Athletics Premier with a 1-0 lead as we head to the top of the 5th. Able to take advantage of a wild pitch. All started really with a triple from Tinley Lucas, though, a 2-out triple. And then a wild pitch allowed her to come home to score. And so they have a 1-0 advantage as we head to the top of the 5th inning. It'll be Morgan Max, Katie Scott, and Emily Lebeth due up for Game Time Premier. Max with a chance to help herself out here.
I love that both of these teams have hitting pitchers.
Yeah. That's a nice little change up from what you see sometimes.
A huge advantage, I think. You get to see both sides of the game, you know, both perspectives. Normally it's very one-sided. But to me, being both a hitter and a pitcher makes you better at both because you understand the idea and the concept of both, and you're able to work around that and say, okay, well, what would I think if I was a pitcher?
Right.
Or what would I think right here if I was a hitter?
First offering missed the mark. 1 ball and no strikes. Sling it home, took something off of it, and it's a called strike. Premier has gotten runners on. They had somebody on first. back in the fourth, but Kennedy Fisher, excuse me, caught trying to steal second base. That kind of took away the threat. 1-1. Swung on, line drive up the middle for a base hit. I thought Ritz was going to spear that in the circle, but came up empty. So a leadoff single from Morgan Mack. She's now 2 for 2.
She's helping herself out in the circle, especially after the wild pitch there.
We're going to get a pinch runner for her over at first base. So that'll bring up Katie Scott, grounded out to second, her first time. Looking to get something going here. And first pitch swinging and dribbles it foul up the first base line. That might have gotten her on the ankle a little bit. Emily Labeth waiting on deck. Bring it home. Swung on, fouled back right to us. Oh, right underneath it. You might have had a chance.
That was my moment.
If we hadn't closed the window, you would have had a shot.
Oh, man.
If anything, you would have had to save the monitor.
I would gladly
That was
do
close.
so.
That was close. So that brings the count to 0-2. Bring it in. Swung on, hit off the hands. It's going to stay in the infield and nearly dropped by the second baseman. Dooner was able to kind of corral that and push it up against her glove to make the catch.
That wind is not playing games.
It is not. Even in the infield. Now we've got a coaching visit out in the circle. Gonna talk things over. Again, who knows what's really being said. He's bringing a lot of cards out there, but
Might be time to change cards. Sometimes you run out of numbers, depending on how many of a specific pitch you call.
Okay.
At least in college. I don't know if they switch them out. It's a lot harder to pick pitches when you switch out your cards every so often.
I imagine so.
I think he's just giving a little pep talk to his pitcher there. Making sure the defense knows where they're going. Sometimes you just need to break up the mojo that the other team has.
Got a runner on first in Morgan Max. Emily Labeth up now. She grounded one hard back to the pitcher her last time. And Ritz was able to make a fantastic play to get her out at first. Ritz winds and fires, first pitch swinging, ground ball, but fouled on the third base line. Really a nice backhanded grab down there by Skypworth, but no play to be made. 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, and this one fouled off to the right. Back out of play. No balls and 2 strikes. Trying to get her to go up the ladder, wouldn't bite. A ball and 2 strikes. In those kind of situations, too, you're really putting a lot of trust in your catcher back there. You're making sure that McLaughlin's able to jump out of her crouch and snag that ball if it gets a little too high. 1-2. This one down low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Athletics with that 1-0 lead. Took that in the bottom of the 4th. Now trying to hold on to it here in the top of the 5th. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. And masterful job there painting the outside black from Taryn Ritz. 2 down.
Yeah, that's definitely a pitcher's pitch right there. I don't think anyone wants to swing at that pitch.
I'm not for sure what was going on here. So Kennedy Fisher, I believe, was up with a bat. And now she'll head back to the dugout. And Casey Polson coming in. So Polson was originally the one that was set to come up and hit. You know this one.
I do.
I can tell you know this one. First pitch swinging and taps it foul up the third base line.
For being honest, I'm going to be driving home today with all of the chants
Remembering
stuck
all of
in
them,
my
huh?
head. Yep.
No ball and 1 strike.
They're just so catchy. And once you know them, it's like they're
They're
stuck.
with you
They're
forever.
stuck in your head forever.
They're not going anywhere. The 0-1 up and in, thought about giving an offer at it, but decided to hold up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Good eye there from Polson. Infielders playing in on both sides. Swung on, just a little line drive through the left side for a base hit. Going with the pitch, not much, but Polson picks up a single, and runners at first and second now with 2 away.
Solid contact right there. Good barrel control. I like that she placed it in the 5-6 hole because the shortstop hood was shaded a little bit over towards second because there was a speedy runner on first. So you, as a shortstop, you're in charge of not only fielding the ball if it's hit to you, but also the steal. So it makes it difficult to play defense with a speedy runner on first and at the plate. So she took advantage of that for sure.
So now here's the pesky hitter. That would be Haley Kazel, who has worked 2 really long at bats so far in this ball game. The latest came via a single back in the 3rd. She takes the first pitch away, 1-0. Definitely shading her to hit the other way here. Plenty of room down that right field line if she were to turn on one. The 1-0 swung on. This one is slapped fouled on the left side.
As a slapper too, though, whenever you do see that big of a shift, I think it becomes obvious of where they're going to pitch you. So you have to be ready for the outside pitch because they're not going to give you anything on the inside corner that they think that you can square up because there is so much room down the right field line. So they're definitely going to stay on the outer half and try to get her to play into their strengths.
1 ball and 1 strike to count. Athletics holding on to a 1-0 lead. They just took the game's first lead in the bottom of the 4th, and here we are in the top of the 5th. The 0-1, swave and a miss. And again, working that outside corner. Got her to swing through it, 1-2. The 1-2. Called strike 3 on the inside corner. And Taryn Ritz, with a couple of big strikeouts, able to work through the jam. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left on. We head to the bottom of the 5th. 1-0 our score. You were listening to HFL Softball. To the bottom of the 5th we go. Athletics Premier looking to add on to a 1-0 lead. It'll be the bottom third of the order. Kinley Riley to lead things off, and first pitch she fouls it off. By the way, we have a new pitcher, number 19 Maggie Place, in the circle. So Morgan Max's day, at least in the circle, is done. Went 4 innings, gave up only 1 run. It was earned, but 1 run on 3 base hits. And this one off of the pitcher, up the third base line. The throw off the mark, got away, and now the runner will scoot on down to second base. Didn't look like the throw was that far off. I think that might have been a play that first baseman, you know, if you ask Casey Polson about it, she'd probably say she should have made.
While I do agree, I think it's very important in that situation to have a solid throw straight to the first baseman. Just because it's so quick, it's bang, bang, it's off the glove of Place. And for you to be able to have the wits to make that play, you need a good throw.
Slow roller over to short. This is going to be another bang, bang play, and beating it out is Figner.
Yeah, definitely a spinny ball off the end of the bat. Looked like it was actually maybe off the cap.
So Presley Main with a strong throw to first, but was not in time. And now
checking the ball for any cuts. That's how
Game
you
Time
can
Premier.
definitely tell it was spinny.
Runners at the corners now, no outs for Cork and Skypeworth. She was a strikeout victim her last time up. An off speed called strike on the inside corner is a quick snap throw down to third, and watch out. Third baseman Skaggs having to dive to keep that one in front of her.
Great play right there. That saves probably 2 runs because the left fielder wasn't all the way at her backup yet because it was such a quick throw. Easily would have cleared the bases if it got past Skaggs.
Skaggs is playing way in now. They're at third base. Will be trying to keep everybody at home, or I should say at their respective bags away from home. This pitch misses up, evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Entire infield is playing in, for that matter. Bring it home, swung on, line drive, hit to center field, caught. Here's the throw. Going to be close at the plate, but sliding in ahead of the tag is Riley. The RBI sacrifice fly from Skypeworth, and Athletics take a 2-0 lead.
That was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it was really a good throw out there in center field by Haley Kazel.
A great read off the bat, too. I thought it was going to be a gapper for sure. And Kazel had a great first step on it and was able to get there quickly and get behind it.
And it looks like we're going to have a pitching change, or
A little bit of a defensive swap here. Looks like Fisher.
so coming out of the ball game is going to be Casey Polson. Coming into the ball game, looking here, Lexi McDonald. Hold on.
I think that was Bradshaw came
So,
to first.
Yeah, Bradshaw. So Tatum Bradshaw will go over to first base now. And it looks like Fisher will go out to the left. So Fisher will be batting in place of Polson when they come around on the lineup there. Did you see anything that would have prompted that change?
Maybe those two throws at first. I'm not sure.
Maybe so.
It seems pretty abrupt to be making a defensive change this late in the game, especially during the middle of an inning.
Right. So this pitch is going to miss low, brings up 2 balls and no strikes. Swung on, just did get a piece and fouls it off. Actually tipped off the top of the screen and rolled all the way into that third base dugout. Already a 2-0 lead for Athletics Premier and looking to add on. There's a quick snap throw down to second base. Gets past the second baseman, but a good job of backing things up by Kazel. We'll keep the runner there. That could have been a dangerous play.
Yeah, as a catcher, normally you want to have some type of signal or something to your second baseman to have her know that you're going to throw it, or if not, you just have to make sure that she's there, or else that could result in another 60 feet for the runner.
The 2-2 swung on. This one fouled off, back off to our left, and we'll do it again. McDonald has reached base twice, once on a walk and then again on an error. Has been left on base both times. And this one comes up and in and hits her. On a 2-2 count, a hit by pitch, and Lexi McDonald will head on down to first. So that will put runners at first and second now for Ryland Dooner. And Dooner is 1 for 2 and a single back in the first inning. And first pitch swinging, flips this one foul back off to our right. And Zach Taylor, Tori Vidalis hanging out with you today. Just chilling, relaxing, all cool.
Nice one.
Shooting some people outside of the school. 0-1 the count. Bring it home again. Shows bunt, pulls it back. It's a called strike nonetheless. 0-2. Well, that one hugged the inside of the zone. And by the time Dooner pulled it back, it looked like she was almost standing right over the plate.
Would have been a great one to just kind of lightly tap it.
In on the hands, fists it up. Line drive, caught it shortstop by Maine, and that'll be out number 2. Just a weak little line drive. Now 2 outs for Sydney McLaughlin. First pitch to her, swinging this one right at us. That's going to hit actually the awning above us. It hit, but Tori had the hand up. She was ready.
So close.
Even though there's a window in front of her, she was still ready.
Ready.
I was about to say, you've been so conditioned that if a ball's coming your way, you got to catch it, right?
Exactly,
So
yeah. It's part of my position.
No matter if you physically can catch it or not, you got to be ready all times. Almost kind of like a little quick pitch right there. Misses down. 1 ball and 1 strike. Taryn Ritz, the pitcher, waiting on deck. You know, she would love to get a crack at giving herself a bit more of a lead. Off speed, swung on. This one is drilled but fouled on the left field line. 1-2. Plays can really get out of a sticky situation here. 1-2, just did get a piece. We'll do it again. The 1-2. Swung on, lofted on the second base side, camping underneath and making the catch in the infield. The second baseman, Katie Scott, for out number 3. However, Athletics does add to their lead. They get 1 run on 2 base hits, 1 error, and they strand 2. We head to the 6th, 2-0 our score. You're listening to HFL Softball.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club invite is coming to Kansas City.
To the 6th inning we go, 2-0 our score between Athletics Premier and Game Time Premier. Athletics with a 2-0 lead, able to add to it in that last half inning. Now, Taryn Ritz back out in the circle looking to preserve it. Tatum Bradshaw going to lead things off. Of course, Tatum started the game in left field, but that last half inning came in and played first base. She hits from the right side, and the first pitch to her is down low. It's the second of 5 games that will be played at Davis Diamond today. Tori and I will be here for 3 of them, so we got 1 more after this. The 1-0. In on the hands, popped her up the third baseline. Third baseman getting chase and making the catch. Down third base. Skypeworth, fantastic play for out number 1.
That's a big catch there. She had to run a long way and had to keep her feet moving for the wind. It was a very high fly ball, and that's a huge catch.
So that'll be the first out of the 6th inning. Claire Skaggs coming up. She's 0 for 2 so far today. First pitch to the left, he misses away. 1-0. Well, those stands on the left still in the shade. Really a lot of shade to go around when it comes to the seats. Out on the field, it's a little bit different story. The 1-0. Checked her swing. No, she did not. Went around. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1. And this pitch misses down low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Briley Russell waiting on deck. Two balls and a strike. Bring it home. Swung on, sprayed foul off to the left. We were talking a little Texas A&M football earlier, Tori. The Aggies, of course, were supposed to play this weekend. That game ended up getting postponed because of COVID-19. They're supposed to play at Tennessee. It's been pushed back to December 12th now. The 2-2. Off speed misses down and away. Some prognosticators have the Aggies going to the Cotton Bowl up in Dallas. So missing out on the college football playoff, but playing a New Year's Six Bowl. Still plenty of ball left to be played, though, so we'll see. The payoff pitch swung on, line drive, going to get over the shortstop's head and into left for a base knock. Just past the outstretched glove of Lily Hood, and Clara Skaggs on with a base hit.
Her first hit of the day, or first hit of this game, I should say. Had a big game, first game. I think a lot of the COVID situations with football, honestly, as long as softball doesn't get delayed or postponed or really anything, if it was normal, which it probably won't be, but it's as much as you can hope for. Maybe a shorter schedule.
Low line drive, dying in right field and going to fall for a base hit. And now there's going to be a quick throw on to second base, and sliding in ahead of time was Skaggs. She had to wait to see if that ball was going to be caught or not. And so ends up being a single for Bailey Russell. Just a hard play to make by Tinley Lucas. And she comes up empty. So runners at first and second now for Presley, Maine. Game time, again, trails 2-0, but looking to make some noise here. The first offering, called strike on the outside corner. Brings it to 0-1. Infield playing into the corners, but second and short at double play depth. Wave and a miss. Pulled the string, had her way out in front. That really is a secret weapon for some pitchers.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the most important pitch, in my opinion. Because if you can throw it for a strike every single time, then you can always have the odds on your side.
The 0-2, this one coming, and it's going to get near us, but not quite. And we do have an opening down here for the camera, Tori, if you need to jump over. And Tori starts leaping over me and then jumping in front of the camera, and suddenly the camera goes dark. You know why. She was trying to get that ball. No balls, 2 strikes. And on the hands, able to pull it foul. Got a runaway bag out there. Looks like an ice bag in left field. Hopefully he finds a good home.
It's better an ice bag than an animal.
Yes, no, absolutely. Last thing we need is a rabid squirrel out on the field. That's not good for anybody.
There are a lot of squirrels around this campus.
There are. There are. Some of them friendly, some others not so much. We're actually going to have a pinch runner for Skaggs at second base. Ruth coming in. Again is the PR here. Interesting that you would do that mid-count.
Yes and no. I think the coach just realized, this is our chance to put a run on the board, so we need as much speed as we can on the bases.
0-2 the count, bring it home. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. Boy, what a pretty pitch that was for out number 1.
Yeah, and Ritz has been getting that pitch all day, so you have to know if your game time, you're going to swing at that pitch, at least try to get it out of your kitchen, something. You don't want to let the umpire ring you up with runners in scoring position.
8 strikeouts on the day now for Taryn Ritz. And 1 down. A very important out right there. Morgan Max, first pitch swinging, line drive, gets past the center fielder and all the way to the wall. 1 run will score, 2 runs will score. Max racing over to third and standing up with a 2-run triple. Morgan Max.
Make it a ball game, why don't you?
Man.
That's huge. That's the biggest hit they've had all day. Biggest hit we've seen all day. Just absolutely laced. And Riley out in center gets a bad read on it. She didn't quite read the backspin on the ball, so a lot of times if you see a ball that has backspin, it can seem like it's going to fall short, but that spin just keeps it up in the air and keeps it going and keeps elevating, so it gets over Riley's head, and 2 will easily score, and Max makes it over to third base.
Morgan Max, the pitcher, helping herself out here offensively. 3 for 3 with 2 RBI following that triple.
Have a day.
Yeah, now Katie Scott will head up to the plate. And nobody warming up, by the way, in the Athletics bullpen. So as of right now, this is Taryn Ritz's ball game, and she had really been cruising, honestly, until this inning. Katie Scott coming up. First offering to her as a called strike. Count goes to 0-1.
And here comes the pressure.
Yeah, now you're trying to take the lead here. And swung on, fouled straight back. No balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, with a runner on third, 2 strikes, 2 outs, you get a little antsy and you feel like you have to hit a home run or something really big in the situation, when in reality all you have to do is kind of poke it through and just anything scores her. If you're standing on first, she's standing in the dugout with have touched home plate on the way there. So try not to do too much, just get in a barrel.
The 0-2, wave and a miss, strike 3, but not after. Game time comes back to tie it up. A big 2-run triple from Morgan Max. And we are knotted up at 2 runs each. We're headed to the bottom of the 6th. You're listening to HFL Softball. Heading to the bottom of the 6th. 2-0, or 2-2, excuse me. We just scored 2 runs. Wasn't that long ago. Right before that last break. Taryn Ritz going to lead things off, the pitcher for the Athletics. First pitch, he swings and fouls that one back. And the second offering just does miss. Maggie Place on for her 2nd inning of work. Suddenly, Tori, we got us a ball game. Game Time had struggled early on against Rents just to try and get anything going offensively, but able to score 2 runs off a 2-run triple for Morgan Max. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. And time called, and so now we're going to have a visit on the pitcher's circle. Think maybe we might got some calls crossed over a little bit.
Yeah, probably just telling her, hey, you know, stick with this pitch. This pitch is looking really good. Or just saying, hey, you know, this is what we've done previously, and we've gotten her to strike out 2 times. So just looking at the sequence.
A long, lengthy conversation here between assistant for Game Time and the entire infield, really. But they talk about whatever they need to talk about. Break up the huddle.
Sometimes you have coaches that'll just stand out there until the umpire comes and gets you.
Yeah, might as well. I mean,
Use
take as
all
much
of
time
your
as you
time.
need. 2 balls and 1 strike. Ritz winds and fires, swung on. This one is popped up back behind the plate, and it's going to make its way into the stands. And one of the A's players having to kind of dive out of the way of it. That was Skypeworth down there in the hole. That evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lily Hood waiting on deck, followed by Tinley Lucas. The 2-2 to Ritz. Swung on, popped up again. This one may stay in play. And up against the net, able to make the catch, is Briley Russell, the catcher.
It's a big play right there to be able to get the lead out. And again, up against that net. That net has had a lot of action today.
It really has. And I don't know if that's just because of the wind or maybe it's good pitching has induced a lot of foul balls, but. And out number 1, and now Lily Hood coming up. She is 0 for 2. And first pitch swinging, she fouls this one off the net.
Also, Place is a very spinny pitcher, so a lot of times that causes hitters to be underneath the ball, creating them to pop it straight back.
So when you say spinny, what exactly do you mean?
Spinny meaning she spins the ball well, so she has a high revolution rate, and she doesn't throw it fast, so the spin allows the ball to move more. So when you throw it hard, obviously physics, right? It goes harder, so it doesn't have as many times to spin around, so it's not going to break as much. Whereas if you're a slower pitcher, it's in the air longer, so it has time to let the spin of the ball use gravity to move the ball.
Ground ball hit over to second base, firing over to first in time. Play from Katie Scott, 4-3 for out number 2. So 2 down. Tinley Lucas had a triple her last time and came around to score on a wild pitch. She also reached on a walk. Ellie Lovelace is waiting on deck, but this one skied just beyond the dirt. Now coming back in at shortstop to make the catch is Maine for out number 3. So after tying things up, Game Time goes out and throws up a 1-2-3 inning. We head to the top of the 7th, knotted up at 2. You're listening to HFL Softball.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given. All is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
To the top of the 7th we go, all knotted up at 2 between Game Time Premier and OK Athletics Premier. And Game Time coming up, going to start with the bottom half of the order. Emily Labeth followed by Kennedy Fisher, and then it'll be up to the top we go with Haley Kazel. And first pitch swinging, pops this one up down the foul territory, and a nice sliding grab made by the left fielder coming in, Ellie Lovelace. A really nice play in foul territory.
Yeah, what a catch. So many elements going into that right there. Being able to track the ball all the way down, keeping the wind in mind, the ball movement, and then being able to slide and keep it in your glove. That's big time. And especially being the lead out, you want to get as many outs as you can in a tie ball game.
Lovelace with a nice play, and yeah, the wherewithal to slide and make sure you don't go crashing into that fence down there. And now a first pitch swinging line drive back up the middle for a base hit from Kennedy Fisher. She came on as a defensive replacement back in the 5th, and first at bat of this second game, she gets a base knock.
Taking advantage of her opportunities.
Haley Kazel coming up now. She's 1 for 3. 2 strikeouts and a single. Again, Taryn Ritz really had been grooving until that last inning. And she starts off Kazel with a called strike on the inner half. Kazel swung on, fouled this one back to the screen. Count goes to no balls and 2 strikes. Wind has settled down a little bit out there. It's not blowing nearly as blustery as it was earlier. Have we got somebody watching down on the street? I don't know. There's just a car parked on the road down there on Kimbrough. This one swung on, fouled off.
Best seat in the house.
Yeah, I guess so. Or maybe it was just a family that had jumped out real quick, get something. Now they're heading back into the car. No balls and 2 strikes. Swung on, chopper hit to third. Only 1 play, and that's to first. So get the out there. There's 2 down. Runner moves from first to second. And Tatum Bradshaw coming up.
Love that. Very bouncy ball there. Skypeworth had a quick transfer and a solid throw. Just very, very strong arm. I appreciate when a third baseman not only gives you the time to get back to the base, but makes a very strong throw on a slapper. It makes life so much easier as a first baseman.
So 2 down. Bradshaw coming up now, and she popped up in foul territory to third base her last time. Takes the first pitch, called strike. Ritz winds and fires, brings it home, wave and a miss. 0-2. Clara Skaggs is waiting on deck should Bradshaw reach. The 0-2. Wave and a miss. Strike 3. So nothing doing here in the 7th for Game Time. And we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Athletics will be looking to walk it off. All tied up at 2. You're listening to HFL Softball. Ellie Lovelace, Kinley Riley, and Carissa Figner due up here in the bottom of the 7th inning for Athletics Premier. Tie ball game, 2 runs each between the Athletics and Game Time. Lovelace 0 for 1 today, has reached on a hit by pitch back in the 2nd, and then struck out looking her last time up. Looks like Lovelace had a handkerchief or a towel or something in her back pocket, so the umpire made her have to push it down into her pocket. First pitch swinging, drives it, but fouled on the left field line.
A handkerchief.
A hanky? Handkerchief? Is that an old term?
Yeah.
Handkerchief's an old term?
Like a towel.
What else was it? Yeah, okay.
It's just funny that you would think handkerchief.
I mean, bandana? I don't know.
Bandana.
It's whatever you want to roll with, you know? Tomato, tomato.
Yeah, there's just some things that are so prevalent in the softball world that, like, it has the same name everywhere. So
And
when you hear
handkerchief's
something
not.
different, it's like, whoa. Yeah, weird that you would use that term.
I
But-
don't remember seeing people with towels.
Yeah,
I guess
I
because
mean,
everything's kind of wet out in the outfield.
well, normally it happens for pitchers when it's really hot,
Right,
or if it's raining,
right.
or if they're just a sweaty person, which I get really sweaty hands, like I said earlier, so I have to wear batting gloves. But sometimes pitchers will use the Gorilla Grip in their back pocket. You just kind of touch it beforehand, and then you wipe it off.
2-1. There's a chopper hit to third, fielded, firing on to first from Skaggs for out number 1. So 1 down. Kinley Riley coming up now. She's 1 for 2. And first pitch swinging, she sprays this one fouled on the right side. Carissa Figner waiting on deck. And Maggie Place on for her 3rd inning of relief, and this one fouled back to the screen. The 0-2, and again spoiled foul. Riley staying alive. Five base hits for the A's. They take this offering away. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Actually make that 4 base hits, excuse me. 1 run or 2 runs on 4 base hits. Popped her up at second base, coming on, able to make the catch is Scott near the first base side, out number 2. So 2 down.
Might be seeing some extra innings here
Might
today.
very well may be seeing some extras. Figner 1 for 2 today. Last time up had a single and then a stolen base. And a wave and a miss. 0-1. And the 0-1 offering misses down low, evens us up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on, this one is driven high into right field, coming on and making the catch on the run is Emily Labeth for out number 3. So 1-2-3 inning for the OK Athletics Premier. And we head to extras. Going to the 8th, all knotted up at 2. You're listening to HFL Softball.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given. All is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
To extra innings we go here at Davis Diamond. All knotted up at 2 runs apiece between Game Time Premier and OK Athletics Premier. And the way that the overtime rules work, each team will have a runner starting at second base. So the last player that was up, which was Tatum Bradshaw, will head over to second. She struck out back in the top of the 7th inning, so the speedster. And Clara Skaggs is at the plate. She had a single and came around to score back in the 6th. And the first pitch to Skaggs is low for a ball, 1-0. Taryn Ritz staying in the ball game. Again, this has been her game the entire time. Nobody's been warming up down in the bullpen. Corner is creeping in. Swung on. This one is lofted in the left field. It's going to get behind the left fielder and drop for a base hit. So that will score a run. And Skaggs on second base with an RBI single. Double. RBI double. Math is hard, guys.
That's so interesting to see the way that played out, because normally in ITV, automatically the first player that's up to bat will bunt, and then after they move the runner over, then you're kind of free to do whatever you want in that situation. But I like that they gave her the opportunity to swing away. Obviously she has enough power to get it out there. So now you're in the exact same position, but just with another run on the board.
And it looked like Lovelace got turned around a little bit, and you could definitely see the wind playing havoc with it too, as she got turned around. Now Briley Russell up and takes an offering high and outside. So Game Time has taken the lead here. Remember, they had to fight back just to tie it up in the 6th. And they have now taken a 3-2 advantage. 2-0, or the 1-0 misses away, so now it's 2-0. Presley Main waiting on deck. Swung on, hard ground ball through the legs of the shortstop into left field. 8 Hood up, and here comes the throw from left field from Lovelace. Will keep the runner at third, but now they've got him at the corners with Maine coming up. And went right through the wickets.
And normally during ITB, it's not about who scores the run from second. It's about who scores more than that, because most of the time it's fairly easy to score a run from second because you have 0 outs, you bunt, get her over, and then pretty much anything through the infield or anything into the grass is a run. So it's like automatically you have 2 outs with a run. So then it becomes, okay, who can get the next big hit? So with Game Time being able to get that huge hit to put a run up on the board to go ahead 3-2, now they're in a first and third situation. They have 2 runners on with no outs, so they're putting themselves in a great position to win this ball game.
So a big at bat here. Presley Main coming up. She is 0 for 3, but seems like Game Time has really kind of come around to finding its rhythm against Reds. Infield playing in at the corners. A called strike right down the heart of the plate. It's 0-1. Winds and fires. Swung on, line drive. Going to be caught on the fly. Tagging up at third. Heading for home is the runner and will be able to score. So Skaggs able to score standing up. And now 2 runs have come across, 4-2.
Oh, that was a close one at first base. So Skaggs tagged up at third, and it was fine. She left after the ball was touched by the center fielder. But Russell over at first took off and was 1 step from second base and was kind of slowly jogging back to first base as Skaggs is crossing the plate, and then the catcher McLaughlin throws the ball back down to first base and almost gets Russell out, because that play is still a force because she left before the ball touched the glove.
Well, it was a bang play, and that would have been huge, because then suddenly you have 2 outs.
I'm sweating.
A little worried over there. Now Morgan Max is up, and this is the one you really got to watch out for. 3 for 3 with 2 RBI today. And the 1-0 to her misses wide. Actually, the 0-1 misses wide, so now it's 1-1. Four to 2 our score. Game Time has come to take the lead here in extras. Looking to add more. The 1-1 misses high and away. 2 balls and a strike. And the 2-1 called strike on the outside black. We're getting that outside call. And we'll even the count. Katie Scott waiting on deck. The 2-2. Tried the outside again. Did not get the call that time. Full count. The payoff pitch. Did she go around? Yes, she did. Tried to check her swing, but wasn't able to hold it, so now 2 down. 11th strikeout of the day, by the way, for Taryn Ritz.
Absolutely dominant in the circle. Obviously, the score doesn't reflect that, but she has been mowing hitters down all day.
Katie Scott will come up now. Talk about one of the strikeout victims. She's also grounded out to second and popped up to second. And the first offering to her is a called strike. The 0-1 in on the hands, popped her up, back behind home plate. McLaughlin gets rid of the mask, makes the catch for out number 3. But not after. Game time. Premier takes the lead. They score 2 runs on 1 base hit, 1 error, and they strand a runner. We head to the bottom of the 8th, 4-2 our score. Listening to HFL softball. Bottom of the 8th inning we go. Game time Premier looking to close things out here in extras against OK Athletics Premier. Cork and Skypeworth going to lead things off, followed by Lexi McDonald and Rylan Dooner. Due up for the A's. And first pitch swinging here from Skyport. And that's going to go all the way out into center field, making the catch on the run in center was Kazel. A runner will tag up and move to third, but there's 1 down.
Just as good as a bunt.
Pretty much. Works as a sacrifice for sure. So Carissa Figner was the runner that started out at second base, and she's now moved over to third. 1 down for Lexi McDonald. McDonald has reached base 3 times, but has yet to collect a hit. And first pitch swinging, she drives this one, lofts it into right center field. Tagging up at third is Figner, and she'll be able to roll in to home. So there's that 1 run you're talking about that you needed, but they actually needed 2.
Yep. And in that situation, when you're down 2 runs, you're not going to waste an out on a bunt, right? You want to give the girls an opportunity to swing the bat and see what they can do. If you were up only 1 run, it might be a little bit of a difference.
Very next pitch swinging, popped up, shallow left field, going out, making the catch is Maine. And game time Premier comes back to win it 4-3. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll wrap it up for you. Again, you're listening to HFL Softball.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given. All is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
Game Time Premier wins their second game of the day, and they come back to defeat OK Athletics Premier 4-3 in extra innings. And honestly, early on, it looked like Premier was just not going to be able to get anything done offensively against Taryn Ritz. She was rolling, and Tori, they came back, had a big 2-run triple from Clara Skaggs, and then they were able to get it done in extras as well. And Skaggs, I should say Morgan Max had the 2-run triple, then Skaggs had an RBI double in extras, and they were able to score 2 runs in that 8th inning and hold on for the win.
Yeah, and I think the really great thing about Game Time was you could tell Ritz was just dominating them at the very beginning, and you could easily tell that the A's had all the momentum. They had all the energy. They had everything on their side. And then slowly but surely, Game Time started chipping away and really getting something done offensively. Even though they weren't scoring, they were getting runners on. They were doing what they needed to do. And then in the 6th inning, they were able to come up with 2 runs and tie the game with that really big triple by Morgan Max. So, I mean, it was just a great job of persevering through the adversity and making those adjustments very quickly and not letting the A's come back and keep one-upping them.
It was a great example of really picking your spots and coming up big when it mattered. And so they end up getting the win. Game Time Premier does, and they advance. Meanwhile, on the other side for the OK Athletics Premier, even though they did get the loss, I believe they still have a chance to make some noise here in the tournament.
Yeah, they did secure a bid for the Tier 1 championships, and even though they lose today, you take away a great tournament. I mean, you're still getting a bid, so there's not really much to complain about. Of course, everybody wants to win, but now with that bid, you have another opportunity to go and play for your life in another tournament and maybe win that tournament. So try not to hang your heads. You played a great game, and maybe this time it just didn't work out in your favor, but next time it could be different.
So the big story, Game Time Premier getting another win, this time 4-3 in extras over OK Athletics Premier, and Game Time moving on. And we will have that game in just a little while. Again, I'm Zach Taylor. She's Tori Vidalis, and you're listening to HFL Softball from Davis Diamond at Texas A&M University.
Attention fans, please remember to wear your face coverings at all times unless you are actively eating or drinking. Thank you.
I texted Wyatt. Sorry. All right. $100 says it's Wyatt's. front toss. You hear me?
the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
saying, like, I would like to have a nice meal. Hell yeah, I'm down. I'm not 21, if that's what you were wondering. This is a bar. Yeah. Then So, who do we want to win? Or does that not matter? I said, who do we want to win, or does that not matter to us? Alright, bet.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
Well, welcome back to Davis Diamond. Zach Taylor alongside Tori Vidalis, joining you mid-game, by the way, here in the top of the third inning where, well, Premier continuing to pick up where they left off. Game time 5-1 right now over Premier Gold 18U. And this is, again, an offensive showing there in the bottom of the second inning. They came back and then scored 5 runs to take the lead.
Yeah, impressive. It always helps when you are in the loser's bracket. I mentioned this last game, but when you're in the loser's bracket and you have to play all day, you kind of get in your groove throughout the day, and it gets better and better as you go on. Whereas if you're a team that kind of just shows up, starts the game in the middle of the day, you don't have as much spark normally. So it's an upside to being in the loser's bracket sometimes.
And we're still working on getting the names for Premier Gold's lineup. So number 85, the lefty, up now against Maggie Place, and we saw Maggie closing out the ball game earlier when Game Time defeated OK Athletics. And there's a slow roller hit to second base, and Scott fields it on to first for out number 1. Actually doing some post-game stuff from the previous one, doing a little bit of a press conference down below, which is why we didn't get back up to the box until a little bit later. Sure, we had lots of folks wondering where we were, you know.
I'm sure they were so
They
worried.
were bothered by it. And there's a called strike. Number 19 up now. Maggie continuing to roll there in the circle. Off speed. Boy, just did miss. Didn't get the benefit of the doubt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Mentioned there will be 2 more games after this that you can find on the feed. Won't have our play call of it, though, as this one has popped up the third base line. Coming in And making the catch is Skaggs. Out number 2. Seen some pretty good defense as well from Game Time Premier.
Just very solid, making the routine plays. Nothing too flashy. But I love a defense that makes the routine plays. Honestly, that's what's going to win you championships, is when you can make those routine plays every single time and then make a couple flashy plays here and there.
That's the majority of the battle for sure. 0-1 the count. Sling it home, just did miss outside. 52 hitting from the right side, number 8 on deck. Elite Gold, Premier Gold, 1A Premier Gold.
Iowa.
Iowa, that's right, Iowa. Iowa. This one misses down low. IA stands for Iowa, by the way. Yeah, Iowa Premier Gold took the early lead 1-0 in the top of the first, but that bottom of the second, Game Time Premier just really jumped out on top. This one fouled back off. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Place into the windup, and a hard hit shot to short and off the glove. Backhanded tryout at shortstop by Presley Main, and unable to come up with it, but they'll give him a base hit. So 52 is on with a single. That'll bring number 8 up now, hitting from the right side, open stance. Infield playing in at the corners. First pitch swinging, popped her up. The third baseline in foul territory. Skaggs camps underneath, makes the catch for out number 3. A 2-out single, but that's all that Iowa Premier Gold can get. And they go down. We head to the bottom of the third. 5-1 our score. You are listening to HFA Softball. HFA. To the bottom of the third we go. Game Time Premier with a 5-1 lead, looking to add on to it. Batted around last inning. Presley Main going to lead things off, followed by Morgan Max and Katie Scott. And the first offering to Main is down low. 1 ball, no strikes. Looks like Iowa Premier Gold's going to get some action going down in their bullpen. Wave and a miss. This offering up and in, but Maine chased. 1 ball and 1 strike. One team running some calisthenics out there beyond the scoreboard and left, kind of getting ready for the next game. Almost identical pitch and almost identical result. Swing and a miss.
That's the worst part of softball right there, is warming up.
Yeah.
And I will stand by that forever.
Do we really have to do this again? Swung on and missed. Went up the ladder. And Presley Main goes down on strikes, 1 away. Morgan Max up now, had a single her last time and came around to score. And takes the first pitch away, ball 1. Wave and a miss. Took a little something off right there. Pitcher for Iowa Gold Elite doesn't throw incredibly hard, but has gotten a lot of swings and misses, that's for sure. Brings it home, swing and a miss. 1 and 2. Swung on and fouled back to the screen. We'll do it again at 1 and 2. Up and in, evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And down and away. Now the count goes full. So for game time, this is now the 3rd ball game they played in the day, and you know, after a while, fatigue is generally going to set in, but I mean, they've already jumped out to a 5-1 lead. Looking to add on. Wave and a miss, and Morgan Max goes down on strikes. There's 2 down.
Honestly, when I think back to my high school days and travel ball games, I could play 4 games without feeling a thing.
Really?
And the 5th game, you start to feel it, and then the 6th game is like, man, I'm tired.
Yeah.
But it's crazy because then I got to college and we played 2 games in one day and I was spent. I couldn't do anything the next day. Like it's crazy how much the game evolves as you get a little bit older. So it taxes your mind as well as your body. And obviously you're getting older. You need to stretch more, you know, all these things. In high school, you don't really have to stretch that much and you're good to go,
Yeah,
you know?
Just ready to roll out no matter what.
Show and go. It's my favorite day.
0-2 the count to Scott. Wave and a miss, strike 3. 55 strikes out the side, and we are headed to the 4th. Game time premiere still leads at 5-1. You're listening to HFL softball.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
To the top of the 4th we go with game time premiere, a 5-1 lead over Iowa Elite Gold. And the first offering misses high. It's now 1 ball and no strikes. Just working on trying to get some of those names for you for Premier Gold.
So this one also misses the plate from Maggie Place. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. The 2-0 also down. 3 balls and no strikes. Now, assistant coach going to have a talk with the hurler. And, yeah, Tori, in this kind of situation, you know, your team is up 5-1, and you want your pitcher out there throwing strikes. Maybe just kind of loosen her up a little bit and get her having a little fun out there and throwing strikes for you.
Yeah, you're just trying to keep the pressure really low. Just you can see him there smiling, having a good time. Just reminding her what she needs to do here. And I'm pretty sure that these teams have played each other before, so they know each other and they know the strengths and weaknesses of each hitter. And same goes for the other team. So I think just talking maybe about spray charts where they've hit in the past and what the best way is to attack the hitter.
In Game Time Premier with a 5-1 lead over Iowa Premier Gold here in the top of the 4th inning at Davis Diamond, Texas A&M University. And right down the heart of the plate, taking all the way, 3 balls and a strike. The 3-1 swung on, hard hit line drive into left field, but coming on and making the catch is Bradshaw for out number 1. Hit it hard, just hit it where she could catch it. So 1 down. 33 up now. The first pitch swinging, flares it out to left center, and coming on and making an easy grab is Haley Kazel, out number 2. So 2 down. 9 up now. Swung on. This one has popped up and going into foul territory, making the catch. The second baseman, Katie Scott, in a quick 1-2-3 inning in the top of the 4th. Game Time Premier coming up in the bottom half of the inning, looking to add to a 5-1 lead. You're listening to HFL Softball. Back here at Davis Diamond in the bottom of the 4th inning, where Game Time Premier currently holds a 5-1 lead over Iowa Premier Gold. Zach Taylor alongside Tori Vidalis with you. Emily LeBeth leading things off for Premier, and she fouls this one off over to the right. Had an RBI double her last time up. That was part of a 5-run second inning for Game Time Premier.
Got a bug in the studio.
That's a big fly. That thing is fat. Oh, somebody got him. Either that or he's playing possum. I don't know which one. Like he just stopped. Oh. This offering misses down low. It's 2-1. Tori's going to get him with her wrapper. Hold on.
Now you're going to get fly guts all over your eraser.
Yeah, I don't know what. Thank you. I think we're kind of just more or less leading him out, we're to freedom. R.I.P. little guy. This one swung on and fouled back. Now I don't know where the trash can is.
It's all the way
now
in
that
the
we,
back.
well, I'm connected, so.
Here.
Okay, there we go. We got at least one receptacle, your Starbucks cup. Put that in there. That's trash anyways. Swung on. There's a slow roller at the second base. Going to be an easy play over to first for out number 1. Oh, the green monster. Let's see what your order was. Did they get your name right? That's the big question. Did they have to put your name on it?
No, I went through the drive-thru.
Oh, gotcha. Got an Americano, iced, 3 pumps of sugar-free cinnamon dolce, light on the cream with 2 Splendas.
Yep.
So now everybody knows what Tori Vitalis' coffee order is at Starbucks.
AKA buy me coffee.
This one swung on and fouled back out of play.
We love a good dose of caffeine in the
There
morning.
you go. Send help and coffee. Not necessarily in that order. No balls, 2 strikes to count to Casey Polson. Haley Kazel, the leadoff hitter, waiting on deck. Pitch misses up high. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. In game time premiere, both of these teams earning a berth in Tier 1. Still duking it out, trying to hoist that trophy. So this one misses up high. Evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. But yeah, we've been here long enough, Tori, that we've seen the shadows go from the right side all the way over to the left now. 2-2, and this one has bounced in there. Now a full count.
It's about that time in the afternoon.
Yeah. The shadows have made their way, as you can see on the screen, have made their way beyond the circle now, so don't have to worry about the ball going from light to dark. Called strike 3 on the inside corner. Borderline call, but goes Premier Gold's way. Out number 2. Haley Kazel coming up. And Kazel, first pitch strike. Able to ease him up that count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Jay Marin in the circle for Premier Gold. Misses the zone there. Now 2 balls and a strike. And there's a called strike. Much in this kind of situation, I mean, you're playing until you lose. Swing and a miss. And Marin strikes out the side. Should say, excuse me, back-to-back strikeouts, but retires the side in order. To the 5th we go. Game time premiere with a 5-1 lead over Iowa Premier Gold. You're listening to HFL Softball.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
Welcome back to Davis Diamond. Zach Taylor alongside Tori Vidalis with you, heading to the top of the 5th inning. Iowa Premier Gold looking to retake the lead. Again, they had it early on, but then Game Time Premier erupted in the bottom of the 2nd with 5 runs. Swung on, leading things off Carnahan, and she taps this one back to the circle on the first for 1. And just like that, 1 out. See Youngblood up now. Grounded out to second her first time. And we'll do it again here. First pitch swinging. And an easy ground out. Now back to the top of the lineup we go. Case Standards, the third baseman. First baseman, excuse me. And she takes the first offering for a called strike. Swung on. This one is popped foul down the left field line. Giving chase is Bradshaw, unable to come up with it. No balls and 2 strikes. Two outs already here in the top of the 5th inning. Maggie plays still out there in the circles. This one is chopped foul on the third base line, and we'll do it again. Just did miss the zone, and now the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Warmed up considerably here at the ballpark. It was rather chilly this morning. Off speed, a little half-hearted swing, and a strikeout. And 1-2-3 goes Iowa Premier Gold. To the bottom of the 5th we go. Game Time Premier looking to add on to a 5-1 lead. You're listening to HFL Softball. To the bottom of the 5th we go. Game Time Premier looking to add on to a 5-1 lead. And leading things off will be Tatum Bradshaw, followed by Clara Skaggs and Riley Russell. And the next offering is a called strike. Evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Still early on here in the ball game, but Iowa Premier Gold definitely finds itself down behind the 8 ball. Swing and a miss, high offering, it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Swung on, fouled back to the screen. Bradshaw, a 2-run double, or make that a 2-run triple her last time. And Skaggs waiting on deck drove her in with an RBI single. Her 5-run bottom of the 2nd. Offering misses down and away, evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Swung on, popped her up, back behind home plate, making its way back towards the stands. Actually hits the top of the screen and will roll down. The catcher, Carnahan, giving chase, but make that Blaine back behind the plate giving chase, but unable to come up with it. And this one is popped up and will stay in the field of play. Calling everybody off and coming off the glove. That was Youngblood coming in from shortstop and unable to come up with the catch. And now the runner advancing over to 3rd, and they're going to throw her out. Wow. All around crazy play right there.
Yeah, a little too aggressive. I mean, love the hustle, but got to know when to stop in that situation. Never want to make the first out at 3rd.
That was actually Woldruff over there at 3rd base that had the E5, but ends up working out to be an out. And Bradshaw trying to stretch something, make something out of nothing, ends up getting thrown out at 3rd base. So now Clara Skaggs up. Had an RBI single her last time, takes one up and in. 1 ball and 1 strike. This goes down and in, brings the count to 3 balls and 1 strike. This offering misses up. 3 balls, 1 strike. Riley Russell waiting on deck. And game time has been quiet since they erupted for those 5 runs in the 2nd. And the 3-1 offering misses down and away. So the lefty Skaggs able to advance after a walk. And that'll bring Riley Russell up. Russell grounded out to 3rd base her last time. And big swing and a miss. Got that left foot come out and ready to turn on it. Swung on, fouled back to the screen. The 0-2. This one swung on and hit up over our heads. Russell again. We did not see her in the first game this morning, but she has played the last 2 ball games. This is down and in. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And 1-2 misses low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Outfield playing straight away. Bring it home, fouled off. Over into that third base dugout. Big swing and a miss. Went up the ladder and got her to chase. That will be strikeout number 6, I believe, for Carnahan. Swung on, slow roller, hit to short. Nice play down on the leg, but throwing it away was the shortstop, Youngblood. So she turned, was wanting to get the force out at second base, but ended up tossing it away in E6.
Yeah, you can definitely tell she had a little bit of trouble fielding that. Went actually down on one knee and then went to make a throw. And I don't know if she was just rushing or didn't quite finish it, but unfortunately doesn't make a great throw over to second. Luckily, Skaggs is still sitting at second and wasn't allowed to advance.
Now Morgan Max up. She struck out her last time, is also singled and come around to score. And the 1-0 misses high and away. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. Bring it home, fouled back to the screen. 2 balls and a strike. And this one, a rocket hit the center, but nice job of having to adjust there by Saul. Makes the catch for out number 3. So Game Time Premier threatens, but leaves a run stranded. And we're headed to the 6th, 5-1. Game Time Premier leads Iowa Premier Gold. You're listening to HFL Softball.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
To the top of the 6th we go. Game Time Premier with a 5-1 advantage over Iowa Premier Gold. And the Gold trying to make some headway here against Maggie Place. Ace Smetter going to lead things off and takes the first offering of ball. Be Smetter followed by Blaine and then Craig. Off speed, just did miss high. Count goes to 2 balls and no strikes. The 2-0. And this one does catch the plate. And the winner of this ball game continues to play while the loser heads home 2-1. And offering just does miss outside. Not by much, though. Evens the count. And misses low, ball 4. I was thinking that was a 2-2 count. That actually was a 3-1. So Smitter gets on with the leadoff walk. Blaine coming up. Blaine had a singler last time. First pitch to the right-handed hitting catcher misses high. 1 ball, no strikes. Off speed, swung on. This one is lofted high into left field. Going deep, still going deep, and off the screen in front of the scoreboard. A 2-run homer for T. Blaine. You knew that was going
yeah,
all along,
off the bat, I knew it was going. It had the potential. It was high enough. She hit it well. Was able to hit it out to that net on the scoreboard. Only a 2-run, so they're still down 5-3, but that's exactly what you need to get the momentum going and make something happen, especially with a leadoff walk and then a 2-run home run. Now you're back pretty much to where you started. Nobody on, no outs. Need them to get another rally going.
Cutting into the deficit, now trail 5-3, and A. Craig coming up now, the number 4 hitter in the lineup. Takes the first pitch down low for a ball. The 1-0, off speed, swung on, line drive, going to dump down and left for a base hit. So suddenly, Iowa Premier Gold getting things going here. Following a 2-run blast from T. Blaine. See if Craig stays put over there at first base or not. Big swing and a miss. 0-1. Shows bunt, pulls it back, a called strike nonetheless. Ball count goes to 0-2. 5-3 our score, top of the 6th. Game time premiere, the home team with the advantage right now. Another off speed misses wide. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big swing and a miss. Pulled the string and got her looking. Actually got her swinging, I should say. Excuse me.
That pitch was dirty.
It was. Out number 1. Really took a lot off.
Yeah, a lot of movement. Late break.
As Saul coming up now and takes the first offering, a called strike. Saul hitting from the left side, reached on an error and also flied out. Pitch misses high and wide. 1 ball and 1 strike. Infielders in at the corners, but back at short and second. Swung on, line drive, hit to right, shielding the sun. Able to make the catch is LeBeth. Out number 2.
And that's a good play right there, especially having to shield the sun at this time of day. the sun is brutal out in right field. So for her to be able to run, shield the sun, and catch it all kind of in one motion, that's impressive.
E. Christensen up now. She's 0 for 2, is flied out twice. Looking to put some of those woes behind her. And her first pitch is a called strike. Should she reach, Carnahan is waiting on deck. The 0-1 swung on, soft line drive, dropping in center and coming on to make the catch is Haley Kasel for out number 3. However, Iowa Premier Gold digs into the deficit, a 2-run dinger from T. Blaine, and they now trail Game Time Premier 5-3. To the bottom of the 6th we go. You're listening to HFL Softball. Top of the 7th we go. Katie Scott, Emily LeBeth, and Casey Polson due up for Game Time Premier. Going for its 3rd win in a row today. Currently leads 5-3. Bottom of the 6th. Looks like catcher for Iowa Premier Gold, Jesse Blaine, having to trade out helmets down there. Able to get her a new one, ready to go. And first pitch swinging from Scott, fouls it off to the right. The 0-1, and this pitch misses high. Evens the count at 1 ball and a strike. Brought in once again, and this one is fouled off. Watch out, the rebound. Rebound almost came all the way back and got Scott in the batter's box.
That's so scary because you can't see anything above you.
Right, yeah, and people just yelling headache. He's got a helmet on, but
it hurts.
Yeah, it still does. The 1-2, wave and a miss. Got her swinging. Another strikeout for Maggie Place, or excuse me, for Marin. Now Emily LeBeth coming up, had an RBI double back in the 2nd and came around to score. First pitch and fouls it back to the screen. Casey Polson due up next. The 0-1 offering misses high. 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1. Fouled at the plate. Might have gotten a piece of Blaine on the foul ball. Brings the count to 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2, wave and a miss. Tossed up the high heat and couldn't catch up to it. So 2 down. back-to-back strikeouts. And the first offering here, first pitch swinging from Casey Polson, foul tip back into the mitt, 0-1. Second offering misses the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Both teams filing in from the other squads. Lots of ball games today. 5 in total here at Davis Diamond. The 1-1 right down the heart of the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the 1-2, trying to get her to chase, and she wouldn't quite bite on it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Slow roller hit to short. Fielded by Youngblood on to first for out number 3. 1-2-3 goes Game Time Premier in the bottom of the 6th, looking to shut it out or close it out in the top of the 7th. You're listening to HFL Softball.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
To the top of the 7th we go. Iowa Premier Gold with the last chance here to make something happen against Maggie Place. Got the bottom 2 of the lineup in Carnahan and Youngblood, and then it's back to the top with Standers. First offering to Carnahan, it's a called strike. The 0-1. Slings it home and just did miss outside. Carnahan showed bunt, pulled it back, but it was a ball. Place, after tossing 3 innings of relief last game's out there looking to go the distance here. Took a little something off of it and still missed the zone. 2-1. Zach Taylor, Tori Vidalis with you. Appreciate you tuning in today. Got her to pop it up, but it's going to make its way into the stands just behind the first base dugout. Like it's tripping up a dad down there.
Notice how all the parents have kind of migrated towards the sun.
Yeah. It's funny how that works, isn't it?
I would be right there with them.
Yeah, the sun really hasn't been shining a lot on that third base side of the stands. Swung on, soft line drive, but pulled fouled on the left field line. Was there for a little while, and then it left. And now you're contending with the sun shining through the concourse and the overhang there on the left, so you can almost make out the pillars in the infield. But that ball going from the pitcher's circle, going from dark to light to dark again. Swung on, hard hit ground ball to first base, but a nice play made over at first by Polson, and she will apply the tag, 3 unassisted for out number 1.
think that one shocked her quite a bit. She was just able to stop it kind of with her body and luckily able to pick it back up and, again, had the wits to tag the runner instead of turning around and running to first base. It's something you see quite a lot.
I think we might be getting a pinch hitter here for Premier Gold.
Number 37.
Number 37 coming into the ball game. So one down. Pinch hitter here for the number 9 hitter, Youngblood. Off speed, hard hit line drive, but just foul down the left field line. That close to getting an extra base hit. Did not miss it by much.
It almost hit the umpire.
Almost did. He's a tall guy down there, too. 0-1 the count. Place looking to go the distance. Big swing and a miss. Good off-speed pitch. No balls and 2 strikes. Swung on, hit right off the end of the bat, and a corkscrew shot fouled on the first base line. I don't know if you can hit it much more on the end of the bat than that.
You can't. But that's what you get when you get a really spinny pitcher and hitters that are really anxious and want to get that big hit. They tend to be really out in front of the ball, and it just catches that end or that cap. I've seen it happen plenty of times, and that tends to make the bat break sometimes.
Bring it home again. This offering misses down low. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Actually, when I was at AU this summer, the new Pro League, there was so many bats broken from either getting like hit on the handle or on the cap. There would be like caps flying out into the field of play.
Wow. Heater misses high and wide. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 37 bouncing back here a little bit, trying to fight back some. Two balls and 2 strikes. Bring it home. Swung on, a high, lofty fly ball, shallow left. Going out is the shortstop. Maine makes the catch. To both feet in the grass for out number 2. So now game time, Premier down to 1 more out. Looking for their 3rd win in a row. Back to the top of the lineup we go with Case Standers. Tall first baseman hits from the left side. First pitch, slow roller, hit up the middle. Nice backhand at second base. On to first for out number 3. 1-2-3 goes Premier Gold in the top of the 7th, and game time Premier picks up its 3rd straight win of the day. 5-3. Take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll wrap it up for you. Again, you're listening to HFL Softball.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given. All is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club invite is coming to Kansas City.
Back at Davis Diamond, where Game Time Premier just wrapped up a big 5-3 win over Iowa Premier Gold. And Tori, we got to see Game Time Premier play all 3 times today, and all 3 times they came out victorious, and they did it in different ways each time.
Yeah, and I think that just goes to show how well-rounded of a team they are, and how solid they've been playing. They've done it at the plate, but I think I'm really most impressed with their defense. They've made some routine plays, and they've actually made some really flashy plays as well. And I think that's truly the defense of a championship team, is they're able to get it done, and then they're also able to produce runs.
Give a lot of credit to Maggie Place. She had 3 innings to close out the last game they played, and then went the full distance this game to pick up the win. And also just overall offensively, Emily LeBeth actually getting it done with an RBI double today. Tatum Bradshaw had a 2-run triple. That really kind of started the runs going there in the 5th inning when they busted out for 5 en route to a 5-3 victory. So only scored in 1 inning, but that was enough as Game Time Premier picks up the win and continues to roll. Well, guys, behalf of myself, Zach Taylor, alongside Tori Vidalis, thanks so much for tuning in today. We appreciate you hanging out with us for the first 3 games of the afternoon, and then you've got 2 more, so be sure to stay right here. Again, you've been listening to HFL Softball.
We welcome you in for the championship game. The 18U division game time makes their way here after fighting through and defeating Iowa Premier Nationals and taking on Aces Fast Pitch in this championship. And we are underway. Pitch way inside, had to get out of the way in a hurry. This is Haley Castle, your leadoff hitter. One of the best around, no doubt about it. That's Tatum Clopton in the circle. Oklahoma State commit. Softly lined to third, and no problems there. Macy Miles makes the catch, and there's one down here in the top of the first inning. Bradshaw knows what to do with it, puts it into left field, and a one-out base hit. Brings up Clara Skaggs. Game time 18U saw Iowa Premier National try to make a comeback attempt after getting ahead, and the appeal there says she did go around. Clara Skaggs did go, but game time ultimately able to hold off and earn their spot here into this championship round. This club out of the Oklahoma City area. And a big strikeout there for Clopton. Two down, and it brings up Briley Russell. Aggressive at the first pitch. Not the first time these two have faced each other this year. Included yesterday morning to open up the day. 4-1 victory for Aces. An appeal to first says she did go around. Riley Russell trying to keep the inning going here with 2 outs. Clopton says that's all she wrote for the first. And Aces fast pitch holds their opponent to nothing in the top half. And the Aces fast pitch, ever so dangerous lineup, will come to bat in the bottom half of the inning. We enter the bottom of the first inning, and Kinsey Fiedler will lead things off for Aces fast pitch, as they're ready to face off against Taryn Batterton. The infield for game time, Polson at first, Scott at second, Main at short, and Skaggs at third. Russell behind the plate. Battery mate for Taryn Batterton. Bradshaw, Castle, LaBeth, the outfield from left to right. Fiedler, well hit ball down the left field line. It's off the bottom of the wall. That's how you do it from the leadoff spot. Kinsey Fiedler. Brings up Georgia Ray now. Straight up in the clear blue sky here in College Station, and a late communication and a switch, and it falls safe. Then the throw comes to third and all the way to second. is Georgia Ray. How about that? That's why you never stop hustling, and Georgia Ray didn't. Riley McNeemer trying to find a way to bring at least one in, maybe two. Runner took off from second, and Ray didn't realize the runner didn't take off from third. Now trying to come home. Fiedler's speed carries her on in. Well, just when it seems that Game Time is going to be able to make the play and have a bit of an advantage, Ace's fast pitch somehow comes away the victor in the given situation. A pop-up earlier, and then right there, base running miscue turns into a run, and still no outs in the inning. McNeemer turns on this. Lean back and let it go. Ton of power, but hooked well foul. But that's an attention getter. Tough start to this first inning continues.
Give me the third base coach. Third base coach walking up. 3-2, take 2. Stay with the coach. Stay with coach.
Ryan Taylor, head coach. And a quick talk with the umpires as they bring McNeemer back. To third, gonna try to come home with it. 5-2, 5-2, and they finally get the out that they were looking for, and it's a big one, and that's very well played by the catcher, Briley Russell, and Skaggs down at third base. Georgia Ray retired for out number 1. McNeemer did a good job, though, to get to second base. Tatum Clopton. Soft looper towards shallow center, falls in for a hit. McNeemer started around third, but smartly puts on the brakes. So runners on the corners now. And Macy Miles is ready to go. Reese Curry will run it first. For the pitcher, Clopton. Here goes Curry. They won't bite on it. She was hoping to entice them to throw, and then McNeemer could take off for home, but won't happen. Miles had it squared up pretty good. This line towards right center. Another RBI hit. 2 in to score for number 2. Macy Miles coming through in the clutch. Big time piece of hitting. It's a 3-run bottom of the first now. Still just 1 out, and Katie Brooks, the DP, will step up. Slow roller picked up by Polson and over to Scott in time. Brooks retired, and here's the 7th batter of this bottom of the first inning, Reagan Curry. Fortunate bounce there for game time. Hard ground ball past the diving second baseman, Scott. Nothing she could have done about that one as Miles comes in to score. Two-out RBI hit for Reagan Curry. Here's Ashley Marietta. Allows another into scoring position in this big first inning. 4 runs across, 2 of which are unearned. But Ace's fast pitch looking to capitalize and get more. Quick throwback down to second. Good eye by Russell. See that there was maybe an opportunity there and just try to get him out of the inning. Bella Desaway, the hitter. Quick throwback down to second. Close, but not in time. Taryn Batterton. Just needs one to get out of this frame. Taking 2 past Desaway now. Just came out of the glove. Both advanced, both runners on their toes, ready to go. There it is, out of the inning. All 9 come to the plate. And it's a 4-run first for Ace's fast pitch. 2 unearned. They lead it 4-0 as we go to the second.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given. All is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
We move into the second inning now as Tatum Clopton retakes the circle, and Presley Main is the leadoff hitter for game time. One down as they retire Main. McNeemer makes the play. Brings up Morgan Max. What a snag there by Macy Miles. Made it look easy, but a little bit more to it than that. Second play she's made today over there at third base. And here's Katie Scott now. That's her Morgan Max retired for out number 2. First pitch, slow roller to short, picked up. No problem. Fiedler makes the play and the side is retired. We move to the bottom of the second inning, 4-0. Aces fast pitch out in front. Kenzie Fiedler to lead things off. Her team out in front, 4-0. Beautiful day here in College Station. Chilly, much cooler than yesterday. Temperatures just in the low 70s and cooling off as the day goes on. Wind not as gusty as it was earlier today, though, which is good for everybody. Fiedler just put it in a tough position for the infield. Brings up Georgia Ray. We'll halt for just a second. Visit to the circle. We'll see if it's just a team conference or if it will indicate a change. It's a 4-0 lead for Aces fast pitch. Early stages of the bottom of the second. in for a strike to Georgia Ray, and she was the one that started all the mayhem in that first inning. Pop up in the infield, way up in the sky, a little miscommunication on the right side of the infield, and it dropped, allowed her to reach, and just a lot of wacky plays after that. 4 runs in the first, 2 of which were unearned. Give credit, though, to Taryn Batterton. Pitcher for Game Time Stars hung in there, stayed tough, and found a way out of the inning. And trying to find a way here to make sure that they're not able to advance Fiedler. Lifted up into center. Castle is under it and makes the play. So Batterton does just that. Able to get the out here and keep Fiedler at first base. And it brings up Riley McNeamer, who crushed a foul ball down the left field side, her first time up. Ended up reaching on a fielder's choice. There she is again, turning and crushing one foul down the left side. Battled off again by McNeamer. Taken off, Fiedler read it well. Saw her opportunity. As that pitch was low, bounced to the plate. That kind of softball IQ by Fiedler, reading that pitch so well. That's going to fit in real nice at Washington and Heather Tarr's program. Plenty of players on this team, though, that might be doing some damage in this stadium during an SEC game down the line, and one of those could be this player right here, Riley McNeamer, who's committed to Auburn. Laying down to make the catch, Clara Skaggs. What a play. Big time play for Skaggs, and if she doesn't haul that in but gets a piece of it, it's going to be big trouble because it's going to roll well away, but she touched it. While her feet still in fair territory, would have been tough. Here's Clopton now. Taken off, Fiedler trying to take third, and she's safe. Just able to slide in ahead of it. Great throw by Briley Russell. But still, Fiedler. There's Ryan Taylor. His team getting some early run support, looking for more here. And the pitcher looking to help her own cause, Tatum Clopton at the plate. Pitch gets away. Here's Fiedler in, standing up, and then got tripped up. And the pitcher, Batterton, appears to be okay right now. The strikeout ends the inning. A run and one hit in the second for Ace's fast pitch. After two, they lead it 5-0 over Game Time Stars.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team One Elite Club invite is coming to Kansas City.
Eight, 9, 1 hitters due up. This is Emily LeBeth to lead things off and be an aggressive first pitch. Macy Miles is there. One pitch, one out here in the third inning. Miles' third play that she's made, that one of the easier ones she's had to make. Made a gem of a play last inning though. Helping out her pitcher, Tatum Clopton, as Casey Polson steps in. Lifted up into left and running on. Making the catch is Curry. Back to the top of the order here with Haley Castle. Line down to third to lead off the ball game. Called strike 3. Another 1-2-3 inning for Tatum Clopton. She's retired 8 straight. And her third strikeout puts an end to the top of the third. Aces fast pitch in front of Game Time Stars, 5-0. Macy Miles leading things off in the bottom of the third. Aces fast pitch out in front 5-0 in this 18U Division championship game. Great tournament performance already by both squads and earning a Tier 1 bid to the Alliance National Championship next year. So that part already vital. Game Time Stars defeating Iowa Premier National. And IPF National taking third place. They too will get a Tier 1 bid. Miles retired there. The play made by Presley Main. Brings up the DP, Katie Brooks. Riley Russell throws to first to complete the strikeout. Retires Brooks. Third strikeout for Taryn Batterton. First two retired here in the bottom of the third. Brings up Reagan Curry. This ball hit well to the gap in right center. Will be cut off in front of the track. Sliding in safe with a 2-out double, Reagan Curry. Marietta goes down on strikes and puts an end to the third inning. So held off the scoreboard for the first time. Aces fast pitch, game time stars. Maybe it's what they need to steal some of the momentum here. We've played 3, 5-0 lead for Aces fast pitch.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
Start off the fourth inning here. Tatum Bradshaw is the leadoff for Game Time Stars. 2, 3, 4 spots in the order batting. Game Time Stars defeating Iowa Premier 5-3 to earn their spot in this game. All 5 of their runs coming in the bottom of the second inning. Clopton, after a good battle, finally able to get Bradshaw. Bradshaw, the lone base runner against Clopton, and Ace's fast pitch so far. It was a one-out single back in the first. Now here's Clara Skaggs. Good contact. Slices foul out of play. In the semifinal win, just not too long ago, this hitter, Clara Skaggs, 2 of 2 with an RBI and a walk. She was as instrumental as anybody in that win. Did it from the 3-hole where she bats right now. And works to walk here. Second base runner that Tatum Clopton has allowed. Briley Russell, first pitch, knocked into left. Believe the courtesy runner at first might be Maddie Castle. Don't have numbers correct on the lineup sheet or the roster, so bear with us. And you see she's wearing number 2. Number 2's at the plate, which is Presley Main for sure. Diving in, Reagan Curry makes the catch. How about that? Robs Presley Main. Great play by Curry in left field. Morgan Max went 1 of 3 and scored a run in the semifinal win. Trying to come through with a big 2-out hit here and get her team on the scoreboard. Working outside, purpose pitch that Max wouldn't chase. Hard ground ball, and it hit the runner, Castle, and she's down. Will be an out, of course, but now the focus attention to see if again, numbers not correct on the roster and lineup card, but believe that is Maddie Castle. And just hope that she's okay, but it does end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th.
Howdy fans, thank you for being here at beautiful Davis Diamond today for this great event. We ask that if you are not actively eating or drinking, that you please wear your mask so we can continue to host this event moving forward. Thank you. Begin the bottom of the 4th. This is Allie Marietta
pinch hitting at the bottom of the order for Bella Desaway. In case you weren't with us at the beginning of the ball game, it was a wild, crazy play filled 4-run first, 2 of the 4 unearned. And then Ace's fast pitch able to get 1 in the second as well. Taryn Batterton, though, the starting pitcher, she's looked good battling through some of that adversity and gets the strikeout here to retire the pinch hitter, Allie Marietta. It's the 5th strikeout for Taryn Batterton. Back to the top of the order, Kenzie Fiedler. Fiedler has had a day, as usual. Few stolen bases, already torn a hole in the sliding leg there, the left leg of her pants. Had to slide so much already. Doubled in the first, base hit in the second, and scored on both occasions. Ace's fast pitch defeated Iowa Premier Gold right here last night, 1-0. Get to this championship spot. Quick flip, and in time, they say. Fiedler beaten by a step. Good play by Katie Scott, the second baseman. She knew that she didn't have any time to waste at all and didn't even take the time to kind of lift her torso up. Just a quick flip from the glove and able to make the play. Here's Georgia Ray with 2 outs and the base is empty. 8 of the last 9 batters retired by this right-hander, Taryn Batterton. Lifted up into right. Emily LeBeth finds it and makes the catch. 1-2-3 goes Ace's fast pitch in the bottom of the 4th. They still lead it, though, 5-0 over Game Time Stars.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
Katie Scott, the leadoff hitter. Scott committed to Seminole State. Good producing junior college, good performing junior college as well here in the state of Oklahoma, or in the state of Oklahoma, where Game Time Stars self is from. Most players anyway. Game Time Stars able to get a couple of base runners last inning against the strong right-hander Tatum Clopton. Through the right side. Katie Scott aboard. Quick flip by Fiedler to get the lead runner. Brings up Casey Polson. conference here as Ryan Taylor has come in to talk with Tatum Clopton. All the run support coming early. 4 runs in the bottom of the first, and then 1 in the second. Good pitching and defense since then, though. They won't take anything for granted, though, and they won't relax with a 5-run lead. This Game Time Stars team has proven that they can produce some runs. Stings a little bit as it especially gets cooled down here this evening, but they'll take the base runners right now, however they can get them. And it's back to the top of the order now. Haley Castle steps in against her future college teammate. Couple of Oklahoma State commits here. Clopton in the circle. Castle fouls the first pitch off. Fiedler on the exchange just lost the handle. It was a tough play, and of course Castle runs so well. Not sure if Fiedler's going to be able to get it there in time. So we'll see a change in the circle here and formally introduce you to the new pitcher in just a moment. Bases loaded up, though. 5-0 lead for Aces. Fast pitch. They're trying to keep it that way.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given. All is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
So the new pitcher, Mac Morgan, the new pitcher, taking over for Tatum Clopton and facing Tatum Bradshaw with the bases loaded. It was less than a month ago I got to call a game where Bradshaw was clutch. Her team in the state championship game in Class 6A in the state of Oklahoma. Her team claimed the state title, and Tatum Bradshaw had a hit in that game. Morgan blows this pitch past her, though, and Mac Morgan comes in, calm, cool, and collected, bases loaded, no problem, she says, and gets out number 2. Mac Morgan committed a pitch in the Pac-12 at Arizona State. Clara Skaggs patient and drives in Game Time Stars' first run. Great stuff from Clara Skaggs. 2-out RBI walk. And it brings up Riley Russell. Russell with a base hitter last time up. There it is, Morgan with the strikeout to get out of the inning. But Game Time Stars able to get their first run of the ball game. They trail 5-1 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Maggie Place takes over in the circle for Taryn Batterton. After a tough first inning and some miscues that worked against her, Batterton really showed a lot of toughness, worked out of it, and had a pretty good rhythm going as well. Presley Main. Looks strong there at short today. So with Riley McNeemer retired to start the inning, brings up Tatum Clopton now. This will fall in, and it gets past. Looking to make it all the way around, and Clopton does. How about that? Tatum Clopton. Pitching day might be done, but she still had more work to do at the plate. Playing left by Kennedy Fisher. Brooks with a slow roller back to the circle, and Place makes the play. So the run, they get it back indeed. Aces fast pitch. It's a 6-1 lead over Game Time Stars. They'll come to bat in the top of the sixth.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
Mac Morgan back to the circle. Came on in relief of Tatum Clopton, struck out the first batter she faced. Issued a walk that drove in a run, but then got another strikeout to end the inning. As Presley Main takes her turn at the plate. Main draws the walk.
Can you grab me
First pitch strike to Morgan Max. Texas Arlington commit. Mac Morgan strikes out Morgan Max for out number one. Here's Katie Scott again. Scott with a base hit last time up. The reason that the run ultimately was there to score. She ultimately was retired on a fielder's choice, but she provided the base runner to start the inning. Back-to-back strikeouts for Morgan. Faced 6 batters now, struck out 4 and walked 2. Big cut at that by Emily LeBeth. There it is. Morgan, after a leadoff walk, 3 straight strikeouts, and the side retired in the 6th. Maggie placed back into the circle. Reagan Curry is the hitter. And this just angles foul before it gets to Clara Skaggs. Curry retired, first out of the inning. And we'll have a pinch hitter here. Olivia Bolin will hit in the spot of Ashley Marietta. The pinch hitter comes through. Bolin with a base hit through the left side. Bella Desaway 0 for 1 in this game. They pinch hit for her in the 4th. This ball lifted up high into right center. Emily LeBeth under it to make the catch, and there's 2 down. To the top of the order we go now, and Kinsey Fiedler. Ryan Taylor's team in a good spot right now, but they'd love to add a little bit of insurance before going to the 7th. Fiedler's 2 for 3 in this game. Hit high and deep to left field, trying to settle under it, and just came out of the glove of Fisher. Fiedler all the way to third. Ball just kind of had Fisher turned around a little bit from the get-go, and there's been some heavy wind today. It's been more breezy here tonight, though. And Georgia Ray, ground ball, retired, side retired. 1 run added on, and it's a 7-1 lead for Aces Fast Pitch over Game Time Stars as we go to the 7th.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
Kennedy Fisher to lead off the 7th. Committed to Oklahoma Christian. Very good Division II program in Oklahoma, and a team that made the NCAA tournament in 2019. Recent move to the Lone Star Conference, so a lot of games in Texas for Kennedy Fisher coming up for her college career. Mac Morgan in the circle, the Arizona State commit, has faced 6 batters, or 7 rather, since coming out of the bullpen in the 5th. 5 strikeouts and 2 walks. Here's the first one in play against her, and she makes the play herself. Haley Castle, top of the lineup, reached last time up. And that's when they made the change to Mac Morgan. So last batter that had yet to face Mac Morgan. Not in time, the speed of Haley Castle. Second time in a row she's been able to reach on a ball in the infield that put a strain on the Aces fast pitch infield. And here is Tatum Bradshaw. Had a hit in the first inning, 1 of 3 for the ball game. Picked up by Miles, and it's in time to first. It's a foul ball, drilled down by Clara Skaggs, and she'll get another chance. To first to complete it, and that does it. Your champions, Aces fast pitch. They come through the winner's bracket, and they were ready and waiting here today, and they are your 18U division champions. What a run it was by them, and a great run, though, by Game Time Stars as well. Tremendous job by that team, very fun to watch. And they'll come home in second place. And a big thing, though, here is that Tier 1 bids for the top 3 finishers. Tier 1 bids to the Alliance National Championships. But your inaugural league champions, the Western Fall Championship for the HFL, is Aces Fast Pitch. Congratulations to their entire organization. And again, we say congratulations to Game Time Stars as well. Great tournament finish and performance by them. We'll keep our live stream going so that you can enjoy the trophy presentation on the field. And a reminder, one more game coming up. It's our 16U final. That's after the trophy presentation here and after we get the field prepped and ready to go.
of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
We've reached the final of the 2020 HFL Western Fall Championships. The 16U division is going to be in prime time here tonight. Under the lights at the Davis Diamond, home of Aggie softball. What a beautiful stadium and venue it's been all weekend long. And just two teams remain vying for the 16U championship. Iowa Premier National has had an extremely long day, but they'll run on adrenaline here tonight, and they are your visiting team, and they'll try to get to Tulsa Elite early on if they can. But this Tulsa Elite 2023 national squad has been great all tournament long, and they'll send Ella Beeman to the circle here for this championship. The lineup for Iowa Premier: Olivia Bark leads off and plays third. Carson Davey will bat second and play second. Logan Kelly, the catcher, will hit third. Cassie Johnson bats cleanup and plays first. Tegan Cavan is the pitcher who bats fifth. Briley Person plays left and hits sixth. Bailey Wolf, the shortstop, will bat seventh. Jaden Johnson plays right field and hits eighth. And Bailey Kroll is the center fielder, hitting ninth. That's the lineup for Iowa Premier Gold, coached by Greg Dickel and his team. Impressive to watch today. In fact, I got to see all three of their games over at Old Aggie Stadium in their quest to get here to the final. And thanks to some weather overnight, we were a little bit behind schedule, obviously. But for them, it helped give them a nice break, which I'm sure was a little bit welcomed between the end of their third game and now the start of this that has a first pitch of 6:46. Pitch number 2, battled off by Olivia Bark. There's head coach Greg Dickel. Got to talk with him earlier this morning. Always enjoy talking to him. He's a fun guy to talk to, and his club has had a lot of success at all age divisions. No surprise this weekend in these championships. And Bark, she's been a big reason why. Back up the middle. The leadoff is aboard. Here's Carson Davey now. Popped up right above home plate, and it's the catcher, Audrey Lacina, that makes the catch. One down, and it brings up Logan Kelly. The rest of the infield for Tulsa Elite: Annika Dill plays first, Caden Stafford at second, Gigi Flanagan at short, and Addison Roberts down at third base. Here's Ella Beeman's first pitch to Logan Kelly. The outfield: Hallie Vaughn in left, Cheney Helton in center, and Addie Ward is in right for Tulsa Elite. Kelly, this popped up. Dill makes the catch. Two down, and the leadoff hitter, Olivia Bark, still on first base, as Cassie Johnson will step up. Cassie Johnson is probably the reason why most pitchers like it when the wind blows in, like it was most of the day today. But not really blowing a whole lot anymore. And Cassie Johnson, who's got 2 grand slams already in this tournament. These types of moments, championship game moments, type of player that opponents probably fear. Knocked through the left side. That'll work too for Cassie Johnson. 2-out base hit keeps the inning going. 2 aboard now. There's a player that every major college program in the country knows about, Tegan Cavan. Cavan hit in each of the last 2 games as our team fended off elimination 3 times at Old Aggie Stadium. The final win was a win over Aces Fast Pitch, and it avenged a loss from last night that sent them into the elimination bracket. On it is Addison Roberts and makes the play. Side retired. Couple of hits in the first, but a couple of runners left on as well. No score in the top of the first for IPF National, and we'll get our look at Tulsa Elite's lineup coming up in the bottom of the first. Tulsa Elite 2023 National getting set to come to the plate in the bottom of the first. Here is the lineup for the team that came from the winner's bracket. Leading off is the shortstop, Gigi Flanagan. Third baseman Addison Roberts will bat second. Audrey Lucina, the catcher, will hit third. Batting in the cleanup spot is the left fielder, Hallie Vaughn. Annika Dill, the first baseman, will bat fifth. Kiki Pickens is the DP and hits sixth. Caden Stafford, the second baseman, will hit seventh. Addie Ward is in right and hits eighth. And the center fielder, Cheney Helton, will bat ninth. They'll try their best to break through early on. And the coaching staff has got to feel confident, you would imagine. Brian Lucina, the head coach for Tulsa Elite 2023 National. And his team able to get through this morning. A win at Veterans Park, 7-0 over Aces Fast Pitch. And that's what moved them into this championship. Kavan deals in strike 3. Flanagan retired. Brings up Addison Roberts. Tulsa Elite's closest game came in their opener on Friday night. They were 3-2 victors over St. Louis Chaos 05, and that's been their closest game. They defeated Iowa Premier 16U Gold by a score of 12-5 in their next game, and then shutout wins in their last 2. So they seem to be getting better as this tournament goes along. Tegan Kavan getting better as this tournament goes along too, and she was pretty good out of the gate as well. But Kavan, back-to-back strikeouts here to start the bottom of the first. Addison Roberts retired. Here's the catcher, Audrey Lucina. Under it as Olivia Bark makes the catch, and the side retired. 1-2-3, bottom of the first, and we're scoreless after 1 in the 16U championship.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
Six, seven, 8 hitters due up to start the second inning. Briley Person will lead it off for IPF National. First pitch strike worked in by Ella Beeman. Right-hander gave up a leadoff base hit to start this ball game. Retired the next 2, gave up a 2-out single, and then promptly got a ground out to end the inning. to third. Roberts has got it. And in time, Roberts makes the play just as she did to end the first inning. Here's the shortstop now, Ashley Wolf. Player with some serious power at the plate, and she showed it off earlier today at Old Aggie Stadium, even with the wind gusting in, and I mean really gusting in. She put a charge into one to left center that even knowing the wind conditions, still thought it had a chance and ended up dying off at the warning track. You'd normally think in wind like that, only way to get it out is low line drive, and in most cases that is the case. But on a neutral day, from a wind standpoint, that ball that she hit earlier this morning, something else. Third base runner of the game for Iowa Premier National. First walk that Ella Beeman has issued. Audrey Lucina comes up. The right arm loaded, ready to go in case, as Ashley Wolf was playing a little bit off at first. Off of Beeman's glove. She's got to stay with it, just trying to push it over to first and not in time. I think she was trying to scoop it and flip it up into the air, but just ran out of time. Valiant effort, because it really seemed like once she didn't get it cleanly, she kind of knew that was really the only option she had. It wasn't like she was trying to be fancy or anything. She just knew that was literally her only chance. No time to try to make an exchange to throwing hand. So Jaden Johnson aboard. And here's Bailey Kroll. You want to talk about feeling it or being in the zone, just ask Bailey Kroll what that feels like, because that's what she is today. She has been unbelievable at the plate. Kroll is 8 of 9 in the 3 games played today coming into this. Kroll also has a walk and a walk-off suicide squeeze bunt. Put the run rule in effect to advance them on. One of their games earlier this morning. And she's done it in a variety of ways. Player with good speed and can slap, but has really gotten those hits in a variety of ways, including a hard triple down the right field line. To short, they're going to try to get the lead, and they do. Well done. Fielder's choice 6-5 on the force out to get Ashley Wolf for out number 2. Good work by Gigi Flanagan. Back to the top of the lineup, and Olivia Bark. Bark with a base hit, her first time up. Five RBI in the last 2 games for Olivia Bark. Called strike 3. There you go. Ella Beeman gets the strikeout to end it. And 2 left on base for the second straight inning for Iowa Premier National. We move to the bottom of the second, no score. We start the bottom of the second inning. Hallie Vaughn leading things off for Tulsa Elite. They went down in order in the first inning. Defensively for Iowa Premier, Cassie Johnson plays first, Carson Davey at second, Ashley Wolf at short, Olivia Bark at third base, Logan Kelly behind the plate. Battery mate of right-handed pitcher Tegan Cavan. The outfield from left to right, Briley Person, Bailey Kroll, and Jaden Johnson. In the game that Iowa Premier won to reach this game, Kavan went 4 1/3 inning. Well hit ball, but Bailey Kroll has no problems in center field, and there's one down. So Hallie Vaughn retired and brings it to Annika Dill. But Tegan Kavan, the pitcher, she's pitched in all 3 games today. Pitched 2 innings. Against Epic, and then 2 2/3 against Iowa Premier Gold, their opening game today. Has not allowed a run. 10 1/3 innings right now total pitch today, and has not allowed a run yet. She faced this team, Tulsa Elite 2023 National, just 1 week ago. The top club invite, and 4 hits, 1 run. It was unearned. She struck out 10 and walked 1 in 6 innings and was the winning pitcher. This ball hit high and deep to center, dying off, and there right at the edge of the warning track is Bailey Kroll. Annika Dill with a big swing on it. Kiki Pickens, the DP. Battled off again. That win last Sunday, it was for a spot in the championship game that Ace's fast pitch would ultimately win over Iowa Premier, but such a close game in that semifinal. Iowa Premier 2-1 over this Tulsa Elite 2023 National. Mentioned Tegan Kavan only allowed 4 hits in that game, but the batter right here, Kiki Pickens, she had 1 of those 4. Pickens just waiting on her pitch. Just enough on it to send it into the outfield for a base hit. Wolf had a good beat on it, but just past her outstretched glove, and Kiki Pickens comes through, first base runner for Tulsa Elite tonight. Brings up Caden Stafford. Setting it up there, and Kelly, who's got a big-time arm behind the plate. She was ready for it. There it is. Kavan gets the strikeout. Stafford retired. Third strikeout for Tegan Kavan. We've played 2, and we're scoreless in College Station.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
Eight, 9, 1 hitters due up. That would be if I remember to flip my scorecard. 2, 3, 4 hitters due up here as we start the third. Carson Davey leading things off. And Davey draws the leadoff walk. Second time that the leadoff's been aboard. Kelly takes that pitch inside. laying down the bunt. And the throw over to first in time. It's production, though, from Logan Kelly. Accomplished what she set out to do as they get Davy into scoring position with one out. Head coach Greg Dickel talking with Cassie Johnson. Base hit last time up. This ball crushed into right. Green light given, coming on around. Late throw, but it's still in time. 9-4-2. Ward to Stafford to Lucina. I like the call there by Coach Greg Dickel. He gave the green light, and there was some hesitation when that ball came in. They were not expecting Carson Davy to come around and try to score, but she did, and they got her. Hard ground ball to short, handled by Flanagan in time. Side retired as Kavan grounds out. A hit and a walk, but nothing to show for it. Just a play at the plate to keep us scoreless. We go to the bottom of the third. Beautiful night here in College Station. And the wind that was just blistering this morning and in the afternoon calmed down quite a bit here this evening. Chilly night, but a beautiful sight here at the Davis Diamond, home of Aggie softball. This beautiful facility, a couple years old, still brand new looking, and magnificent place to play softball. What a thrill it must be for these two teams and to be playing for a championship here tonight. 8-9-1 hitters batting here in the third. Addie Ward, the hitter. Called strike 3. 4th strikeout for Tegan Kavan. Leadoff has been retired now in all 3 innings. And here's Cheney Helton. When these two teams played a week ago, and Iowa Premier won 2-1, Cheney Helton, though, had a hit and scored the only run for Tulsa Elite 2023 National. And yes, it was against this pitcher, Tegan Kavan. Lone run she gave up, one of just 4 hits she gave up was to this player, Cheney Helton. For what it's worth, Iowa Premier just sent some activity to the bullpen, just some warming up. Not sure if there will be anything to it. 2 pitchers to warm up, actually, so most likely just some routine housekeeping. Make sure at this stage of the game that you keep players warm. Never know, though. They could make a switch, even if Kavan is still cruising. There's plenty of quality arms on this team that could come in and maintain this level right here, as we've already seen in the tournament. Called strike 3, back-to-back. Cheney Helton retired. Back to the top of the lineup card now, and Gigi Flanagan. Now, you might not have to hear me talk about this game anymore, but you know that game 1 week ago I've been telling you about. This is the only player that had a multi-hit game that day. This one right here, Gigi Flanagan, only player for both teams that had a multi-hit game. She hit in the 2-hole in that game, actually. Batting in the leadoff here tonight. Towering shot foul out of play. Good mix of players from Arkansas and Oklahoma on this roster. Almost 50-50. Umpires are going to conference here. The 16U Division Championship game. And it has been a very long day for Iowa Premier. They were here at the complex, if you will. They played their first 3 games at Old Aggie Stadium. It was supposed to start at 8 a.m., but some precipitation overnight, and the grounds crews here at Texas A&M did a fantastic job on all of the sites to get them ready to go. But it did take just a little bit of time. And so their first game ended up not starting till 9, but they were still here at the ballpark around 7 or so. Called strike 3, Kavan looking strikeouts as she sits the side down in order in the third. We're scoreless through 3 innings.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
Three innings played, and we've decided nothing. So top of the 4th we go. Briley Person to lead off for Iowa Premier National. 6, 7, 8 hitters. So they saw Ella Beeman through the first 3 innings, and although they did get some base runners, not able to produce anything. Ultimately, there was one play at the plate. And this is back to the pitcher. In time for the out. Kiki Pickens taking over in the circle. Able to retire the first batter she faces. So for Ella Beeman, the starting right-hander, 3 innings, 3 hits, 2 walks, and a strikeout. And gives way to Kiki Pickens. Full count here to Ashley Wolf. Slow roller. Flanagan's got a hustle, and great job at first by Annika Dill to stretch out and get it. That's the first time that the first 2 batters of an inning have been retired. Here's Jaden Johnson now. Reached on an error last time up. And right back to the pitcher again. 1, 2, 3 they go in the fourth. Kiki Pickens effective in relief. We go to the home half.
Howdy fans, please remember to wear your face coverings at all times unless you are actively eating or drinking. Thank you.
Addison Roberts leading things off here in the bottom of the fourth. In Tulsa, Elite 2023 Nationals win over Aces Fast Pitch this morning to earn their spot into this championship. Roberts had a homer, finished 1 of 3 with 3 RBI and a walk, and she's got a walk here. Just the second base runner for Tulsa Elite. First pitch strike to Audrey Lucina. Ranked 89th in the class of 2023 by Extra Innings Softball's Elite 100. Out of Bentonville, Arkansas. Big cut on it, but couldn't find it from Tegan Cavan. Lifted up, shallow straightaway center, running on. Kroll makes the catch. Looking for the double play, but Roberts able to get back in plenty of time. One down here in the fourth. And Hallie Vaughn steps up. And you wonder if they might think about sending Roberts here. It's only their second base runner. Logan Kelly's got a monster arm behind the plate. And this lifted up into right. On it is Jaden Johnson. And there's two down. Jaden Johnson making the play. The outfield has been true so far. Here's Annika Dill. Big time swing on the ball last time up. Deep center field. Shallow right center, under it, Johnson, you betcha, sure-handed again. So after a leadoff walk, 3 straight flyouts for Tegan Cavan and company, and we're still scoreless. We head to the 5th here in College Station.
In the heart of America, teams come to compete. Nothing is given, all is paid by battling on the diamond.
This ball driven deep to right center field. See you later.
Don't miss your opportunity to play against other leagues across the country. Be the heart of softball.
Gonna win more.
Bailey Kroll swinging at the first pitch, and she's aboard. It's what she's done pretty much all day. Only been retired twice in this, her 4th game played, and is aboard yet again. 3rd time that the leadoff has found their way on base for Iowa Premier National. Bark showing bunt. Quickly pulled it back, knowing it was out of the zone. Kiki Pickens taken over in the circle at the start of last inning after 3 quality innings from Ella Beeman. Beeman ranked 60 in the 2023 class by extra innings. Kiki Pickens ranked in the top 100 as well. go from one shutdown arm to the next. Great pitching, great defense so far in this ball game. And Olivia Bark able to work the walk. Now, getting runners in scoring position has not been a big problem in this game for Iowa Premier National. It's just been finding that timely hit that has eluded them as Carson Davey steps in. They had a runner on second in the first, in the second on 2 occasions, once in the third, and a play at the plate kept it a scoreless ball game before being shut down in order in the fourth. So now 4 of 5 innings they've had a runner in scoring position. See if they can do anything with it here. Carson Davey at the plate, laying down the bunt. Roberts picks it up and goes over to first. Sack bunt, 5-3. I like the shift there. They brought Caden Stafford over, the second baseman, to come up on that play rather than the first baseman, Annika Dill. Out number 1, but Carson Davey does her job. And they'll intentionally walk Logan Kelly. You got the force at any base now, and it's all about strategy at this point, and what the coaches feel like is the best decision. They are loaded up for a player that's hit 2 grand slams already this weekend. Cassie Johnson. Johnson is 2 for 2 tonight as well. In for a strike. It was a close pitch. Johnson homered in the first 2 games her team played in this tournament. She homered last Sunday as well. And this gets through. A lot of pace on this. It's all the way to the fence. It's going to clear the bases. Johnson's gunning for 3. How about that? A bases clearing triple for Cassie Johnson. Tegan Kavan at the plate. Big opportunity here for her as well. A lot of ways to score that run from third with just 1 out. She'll try to do it and make it a 4-run ball game. That's 9 RBI this weekend now for Cassie Johnson. At the USA Softball HFL Fall Cup, back in the second to last weekend in October, Kiki Pickens very good in the circle, 13 innings pitched total. 4 different appearances. But it was just little things. An infield single by Bailey Kroll started the inning. Then a walk, a sac bunt, and an intentional walk. And Cassie Johnson with the big hit. Slow roller. They're going to try to come home and save the run. Throw was a bit offline, and safe is Johnson. It was enough from Kavan. And Johnson able to come in and score, and Greg Dickel's team is up 4-0 now. Marin Crowder is courtesy running. Briley Person just foul. Person 0 for 2. Oh, look out, head coach Greg Dickel. Riley Person roping one right at our head coach. Outside. This ball hit well to right field, but playable for Addie Ward, and makes the catch. 2 down. Good work in right field by Addie Ward. Played it well, had little time to react, and had to get it right, and she did. Here's Ashley Wolf with 2 outs. Good work by Lucina to get back on that quickly and keep Crowder at first. You wonder if they might try to take off here. Just in kind of a why not situation. See if you can get a runner in scoring position with 2 outs and just put some more pressure on Tulsa Elite. Right back at the feet of Pickens, having to hustle, and what a play at second by Caden Stafford. Stayed with it, and one fluid motion makes the play. What an effort there. And it retires the side, but 4 runs in the 5th. Cassie Johnson with a bases clearing triple. Tegan Kavan gets an RBI as well, and it's a 4-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the 5th. First pitch, Pickens drifting back and just gets out of play, so Kiki Pickens will get another shot. Catch made by Johnson. So Pickens, that's a big first out for them to get because of Pickens' ability. And they continue to do a good job against the leadoff. There's only been 2 base runners in this game for Tulsa Elite, but when you just look at it from a distance, know how important it is to just get the leadoff in this type of game. And Stafford trying to get something down, but got underneath it. And 2 quick outs here in the 5th. So 2 outs, base is empty. Addie Ward, the hitter, leans back, takes a big cut at the first pitch from Tegan Cavan, who's been great here tonight. Swing and a miss. Strikeout for Cavan. 7 strikeouts now for Tegan Cavan. And it's a 1-2-3 fifth. 4-0 lead for Iowa Premier National over Tulsa Elite as we head for the 6th inning.
The snap of a ball, the crack of a bat. This is where the best come to play. Don't miss your opportunity to be at the destination for high-level softball clubs. The Team 1 Elite Club Invite is coming to Kansas City.
Eight, 9 one-hitters due up for Iowa Premier National here as we start the 6th inning. Hallie Vaughn takes over in the circle. 3rd pitcher used. to the new second baseman, Annika Dill, who was previously playing first. And wow, how about that play? Dill made it look easy. Says, I can be versatile. Dill goes from first to second base and makes the play. There's Kiki Pickens. She's now the first baseman. Whitney Holcomb is the new left fielder. And there's the new catcher, Caden Stafford. So changes all over. Caden Stafford going from second base to catcher. One of 5 changes here to start this inning. And Bailey Kroll, go figure that, on base yet again today. 3rd time she's been on in this game, 2nd time she's reached safely. This ball hit well into right, but playable. And Addie Ward makes the catch. Olivia Bark gave that thing a ride. Just 2 down here in the 6th. This ball is crushed to deep left field, going back. 1 hop off the fence. Kroll comes in to score, and it's a 2-out RBI double from Carson Davey. What a big-time swing that was. That ball was crushed. $5-0 lead right now. 4 runs last inning, 1 here in the 6th. Logan Kelly trying to make it more. Lifted up, shallow right field. Settling back, making the catch is Annika Dill. And the side retired. A run on a 2-out RBI double by Carson Davey. Scores Bailey Kroll, who walked with 1 out of the inning. And it's a 5-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the 6th.